Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you all to settle down? A very warm welcome to the MMA Annual Convention 2024 on the theme India at 2047, Leapfrogging to the Future. I also welcome all the viewers who joined us online this morning. We will commence the convention 9:30 sharp, and just a few announcements before that. We request all the delegates, just a small reminder to keep your mobile phones and other electronic gadgets on silent mode. We request you to wear the delegate badges that have been given to you. We have a galaxy of speakers from all over India addressing the delegates today during the convention. The profile of the distinguished speakers can be viewed by scanning the QR code provided on the program sheet that has been issued to you. Please make use of that. That's available in the delegate kit. During each of the sessions, participants could send in their questions on the digital mode. Scanning the QR code provided once again on the same program sheet, you will see actually 3 QR codes provided there. One is for questions. You can just send in the questions, and depending upon the time that's available, we will take the questions to the speakers. Your feedback is very, very valuable for us. We request you to provide your feedback about the convention before the end of the convention, once again by scanning the 3rd QR code, and you have time for that until tomorrow evening. We'll keep collecting all the feedbacks. They are very important for us. MMA is active on social media, as you're all aware. This convention is live today on all our social media portals, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn and all. Any of you who has not been able to make it here, your friends, your relatives, please share the MMA social media details, and they will not miss the convention. They can watch it from wherever they are. So these are some of the announcements that I wanted to make. And now I think it's for us to begin the convention. May I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Mr. K. Mahalingam, President MMA, and Partner Director, TSM Group of Companies. Yes, it's early morning now. I think you can give them a round of applause, much louder than this. Mr. V. Shankar, Senior Vice President, MMA, and Director, ACSYS Investments Private Limited. Mr. Unnikrishnan A R, Managing Director, Saint-Gobain Private Limited. Ms. Vini Mahajan, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India. And of course, Dr. V Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India, along with Group Captain R. Vijayakumar, Visesh Seva Medal, Executive Director, MMA. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, one round of applause for all of them on the dais now. Well, all good things have to begin with divine blessing. So we commence this inaugural session with an invocation song on Lord Rama by Ms. Padmaja. May I invite Ms. Padmaja to come and render the song, please.
Namam nalla namam, namam nalla namam, Ramanamam nalla namam. நன்மையின் ரூபமாய் நானிலம் காக்கும், நன்மையின் ரூபமாய் நானிலம் காக்கும் ராமநாமம் நல்ல நாமம். ஜனன மரண பயம் நீக்கும் நாமம், ஜனன மரண பயம் நீக்கும் நாமம். சனகாதி முனிவர்கள் ஜபித்திடும் நாமம், மனத்திருள் நீக்கிடும் மங்கள நாமம், மனத்திருள் நீக்கிடும் மங்கள நாமம். மாத்த பிதா குருவை மதித்த மன்னன் ராமநாமம் நல்ல நாமம் நாமம் நல்ல நாமம் ராமநாமம் நல்ல நாமம்.
Thank you, Ms. Padmaja, for that soulful rendition. As a token of appreciation, may I request the chief guest, Dr. Anantha Nageswaran, to present a floral bouquet to Ms. Padmaja, please. Thank you so much, Ms. Padmaja. I think with your song, we have well begun this convention now with all the divine blessings. Mr. Mahalingam is the President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Mahalingam, President of Madras Management Association, is a transformation specialist with a keen interest in supporting budding entrepreneurs through mentorship and guidance. He is also the director of TSM Group and the president of the REC Alumni Association and the IIM Calcutta Alumni Association, Chennai.
May I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to deliver the welcome and introductory address.
A very warm good morning to all of you on a not so hot Chennai day. It is indeed my pleasure, privilege and honor to deliver the welcome address at the annual convention of the Madras Management Association. Let me begin by welcoming our distinguished chief guest, Sri Anantha Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invitation and traveling all the way from Delhi for this. Really looking forward to your address, sir. I would also like to welcome our keynote speaker, Srimati Vini Mahajan, Secretary, Government of India. Thank you, Vini. By the way, I'm proud to say I'm a classmate of Vini Mahajan. And other distinguished speakers, I think I can see my other classmate, Joydeep Sarkar here, is professor at IIM Bangalore. And all other distinguished speakers who are going to speak today. A warm welcome to all of them. Many of you have traveled long distances for this event. It's really an honor for us that you took the trouble amidst your busy schedule to do that. I welcome all the attendees to the event, all of you assembled here, those watching online, members of the media and our sponsors to this flagship event of the Madras Management Association. On an occasion like this, with such an array of speakers to follow, I would rather be listening than speaking. But we have to do what we have to do. Welcome all of you. And conventions like these many times have themes which are centered around macro issues, futuristic goals, crystal ball gazing, and so on. Well, we are planning this convention with our convention chair, Mr. Shankar, and arrived at the topic, India 2047, Leapfrogging into the future. For a moment, I thought this would be another such theme. I thought again, I said no. I think this is more a mid-journey view of the future. And our march towards our 2047 goals. I think it's not just a vision statement, but more a mission possible statement. What made us think like this? Rapid economic growth over the last many years, visible development in infrastructure like roads, railways, and airports, and so on. The phenomenal growth of digital payments impacting the lives of all sections of society, including the poorest of the poor, our increasing global stature among the Committee of Nations, and much more. This made us feel very optimistic, and unlike the other themes which focus on the future from a zero base, I think we are midway through our goals for 2047. That was the context of this. The convention chairperson, Mr. Shankar, and the committee have put together sessions and speakers which capture and reflect this buoyancy and confidence in full measure. Just look at the agenda, the sessions and the speakers. Sessions which cover critical drivers of the growth journey ahead. A speaker list which includes policy drivers like our chief economic advisor, bureaucrats who are driving ambitious infrastructure projects like Ms. Vini Mahajan IAS, the experts who are driving manufacturing growth in the country like Mr. Sriramaji and Rahul Maman, innovation thought leaders like Mr. Velaswamy and Joydeep Sarkar, and human capital experts. Actually, we have Mr. Santrup Mishra delivering the validity address today. A combination of this, we are hoping, and I'm sure, that this convention will be a combination of strategic ideas, insights into innovative thinking, and examples of execution excellence. And last but not least, a focus on skills and human development. To top this all, the entire exercise was done with the deep insights and great inputs from our knowledge partner, McKinsey. What more can you ask for? Welcome to the McKinsey folks also. Thank you, Shankar and your team, for putting together such a wonderful agenda and event. We normally talk about the Madras Management Association in words. I thought we'll use a few numbers here today. We are in our 16th year today, 8,000 plus members, 10 chapters, 700 to 800 programs a year, and all thanks to one man, Group Captain Vijayakumar, and his wonderful team. I must mention briefly here that whoever has spoken to while organizing, including the speakers, are simply amazed at the organizational skill of Group Captain Vijayakumar. Thanks, Vijay. Without this, it will never happen. Wish to invite all members of the Madras Management Association, office bearers, and committee members to this flagship event. I'm sure by the end of this convention, all of us attending today will play an increasing role in helping post-independent India reaching its first century in style. Not to forget the fact that history is filled with many glorious Indian centuries. I'm sure all of you will have a great, thought-provoking, and inspiring convention. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Mahalingam, for setting the tone of the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. V Shankar K is the Senior Vice President, MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Shankar is the Senior Vice President of MMA, founder of CAMS, and Director of ACSYS Investments. He is a recipient of the Entrepreneur of the Year Award from TiE Chennai and the Distinguished Alumnus Award from both IIM Calcutta and IIT Madras.
May I now call upon Mr. Shankar to present the overview of the convention today.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very difficult thing to follow Mali. His speeches, whether they are simple words of thanks or a welcome address, are so comprehensive. And, it's very difficult to add to what he says. But as he says, there is a role to be played. And my role, as that of the conference chair, is to introduce you to what you will be seeing for the rest of today. This MMA has always had a very eclectic and diverse membership. So setting up a conference is a very interesting and very joyful exercise because we have to cater to potentially interests of all types. But we were fortunate in that we had McKinsey by our side, and with their assistance and with the assistance of the committee, the conference committee, and of course President, we have put together what we believe is a marvelous convention on the theme, India 2047, Leapfrogging to the Future. As Mali says, it is a sort of mid-course review of where things stand and what we are likely to see by the time we reach that magic day. You know, our country is in a wonderful position, actually. All the things that are happening around in the world, whether they be economic or geopolitical, are in some manner playing into our hands. Whether it's the Ukraine war, the Middle Eastern problems, China's economic problems leading to potentially waning influence. Possibly, if the Republicans take the elections, then the relationship between the US and China is something to be seen. All those things are actually great tailwinds in our favor. And this government is well seized of the opportunities that it presents. And really, I think the things that we have seen in the last few years, we are clearly taking advantage of the tailwinds. And if only they continue for a little while more, we will be well on our way to our 2047 goals. You know, the WEF, the World Economic Forum, forecasts a significant rise in middle and low-income households in the next couple of years. And that is going to be a huge driver for the Indian economy. Consumption is the story, and I think the world is waking up to the fact that Indian consumption, like at one point Chinese consumption, is going to make us a very, very large internal market. At the same time, because of the supply chain related issues and the wish for the world to have a +1 strategy, India is also becoming a vast manufacturing powerhouse. So it's really a fortunate situation where domestic consumption is going up, manufacturing for India and the world is going up. Many drivers, as I said, many tailwinds that will propel us forward. We have a demographic dividend. Sometimes you wonder whether it's a dividend, but like all things that are in front of you, you have to take advantage of it. I think the demographic dividend can be taken advantage of only through robust job creation efforts. Some of the things that I alluded to earlier, manufacturing driven by both export and domestic consumption, will drive robust job creation, but that is clearly the number one task ahead of all of us. Whether we are a simple SME or a startup or potentially a manager in a very large organization, I think we take advantage of government's policies to raise employment to the greatest extent possible. We intend that the sessions in this conference will help us explore the possibilities and challenges in pursuit of our dream. The details of the speakers for the various sessions are already provided in the schedule, included in your delegate kit, so I will refrain from talking about them in detail. I thank all attendees and, in fact, members who are watching from online for their overwhelming response. We had to close registrations 3-4 days ahead of the convention day, which is a record. We have never come to that situation in the past. As you know, we have had a young managers competition, as we have with every annual convention. I wish to congratulate the winners of that convention. They will be awarded later in the day. I'm sure that all of you will greatly benefit from this convention. I wish you all the best and a great convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for providing the overview of what goes around today, the whole day. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Vini Mahajan, IAS, the Secretary, Ministry of Jal Shakti, the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India, may have her EV, please.
Ms. Vini Mahajan is the Secretary in the Ministry of Jal Shakti, Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, Government of India. Prior to this, she served as the Chief Secretary in Punjab. Ms. Mahajan has held many senior positions in both the union and state governments and has won numerous awards.
It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Vini Mahajan to deliver the keynote address this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Mr. Mahalingam, President, Vice President, office bearers, and members of the Madras Management Association, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. If it were not intimidating enough to be in a room with such high, manifestly high IQ, Mali made it even more difficult by laying out a very ambitious agenda for the day. No less ambitious indeed than India's effort to leapfrog into 2047. 100 years is not a long time in the journey of a nation, but we already believe that 100 years from independence, we should be right up there. So let's step back for a moment and think, what are we meaning by India 2047 leapfrogging into the future? What is it that we expect our country and its people to be like? And what kind of trajectory do we believe we wish to take to get us there? We are, of course, a large country, and the humongous progress that we have seen leads to a very justified belief that in the next 20 odd years, we should be right up there. Right up there, certainly in terms of the economy. And it's always the economy, stupid. So in terms of the economy, certainly there is no reason why we should not be amongst the top 1, 2, or maximum 3. And it certainly looks like we are very much on track for that. But we also have a large population. And so the greater ambition then is, in per capita terms, where are we likely to be? In per capita terms, would we have overtaken Europe and some of the other countries that are today still significantly ahead of us? And when we start talking per capita, we are already talking micro. And so in a more micro sense, where do we expect to be at that time? And when we think of India, when we think of India in a micro sense, or even a macro sense for that matter, we cannot but think of equity. So where will be in terms of equity in asset ownership, in incomes, and in opportunities? We are already doing great work on improving asset equity, trying to get a house to everyone, drinking water and toilets, which is what my department is working towards, trying to make sure that everybody has a reasonable level of assets. And then there are efforts to improve income levels. And we are so pleased that, put together, multidimensional poverty is decelerating so rapidly. And we certainly hope that whatever the metrics for poverty may be by then, we should not be contributing to the population living in poverty. But what about opportunity? Will we also be able to ensure equity in opportunity? And perhaps that means a little more emphasis on, and there was a mention of the demographic dividend just now. Of course, we are a young population, and that's a huge advantage and will continue to be for some time. But we are also a people where a large number of this very youth does not have the skill sets to really have any hope for a very meaningful career opportunity ahead. So in terms of skilling, in terms of basic education, even in terms of healthcare, where do we expect to be in 2047? And I'm not even talking about the larger issues around social distinctions, because I'm sure those are things that we are overcoming so rapidly that that will indeed be history by then. I certainly hope so. But let's also step back and think of what the world will be like in 2047. Because certainly India cannot expect to see itself as an island. We know that. The Ukraine war, all of these things are opportunities, they're also challenges, even today. In the Jal Shakti ministry, where we run the Jal Jeevan mission, an ambitious program working towards getting portable, quality drinking water into every rural household of the country. So we are not responsible for the problems, if any, in Chennai city or in our other urban areas, but certainly in the rest of the state and the country. So when we were working, when we were looking at why the pace of work wasn't going as well as it should, Government of India and the state governments had put in all the money, that assured all the money that was needed. There was a lot of effort being made by all state governments. And then it transpired that the global conflict had led to a steep, unexpected rise in prices, both of iron and steel and plastics. And the Jal Jeevan mission hugely depends on pipes. So both the GIDI pipes, MS steel-based pipes, and the HDPE PVC pipes had become unexpectedly expensive. And the contracts had not anticipated this. And so the construction agencies were going slow in the hope that prices would come down and they would then resume procurement. I think what we are seeing, and this is just a very small example, you all know this. We are part of global supply chains, global value chains. And while we have to seize that opportunity, we also need to remain cognizant of the challenges if the world destabilizes. We have a strategic affairs expert sitting right here in front of us. I'm sure Joydeep will shed more light on where the world might be going forward. But we certainly hope that it will be a more fair world. It will be a more just world, hopefully more open to economic relations, hopefully more open to receiving people from the rest of the world, insofar as the developed countries at least are concerned. So where do we want India to be? Where do we hope India will be? We want, expect, and hope that India will be economically one of the major, if not the major power, socially continue to move towards a fair, just, egalitarian society, continue to be conscious of sustainability issues. One thing that is so good to see now is that whether it's the corporate world or governments or citizen groups, everyone recognizes the importance of making sure that what we are doing today is sustainable going forward. In our efforts at improving our lot today, we should not end up polluting the environment or using too much resource that we cannot sustain this, that the future generations suffer for this. Climate change obviously is going to be a challenge we will all have to mitigate together. The water issue is an issue that is showing up increasingly. And I don't need to say anything more to people from Chennai about water. But I do hope that we will continue to be conscious of this issue and work together towards this issue. So we hope to see an India where we all pull together, where all the stakeholders, corporate, civil society, led by an enlightened government, continue to pull together to make for an egalitarian and prosperous India, and an India which provides hope, which continues to provide hope, and perhaps a little more hope than one sees today among some of the youth. There's so many other great speakers. I'm going to stop right here, but I just want to refer to something which, I don't know how many of you got to see the movie Donkey. It's about a group of young people so desperate to leave the country, so desperate to go to the more attractive England or whatever, wherever they wanted to go, that they would do anything, and that meant anything, to get out and get there. And that reflects a little bit on the world, because the world has closed its borders perhaps unjustly. It also reflects very much on the hope and the opportunities that we are holding out to the youth today. The kind of education and skilling that we've given them, the kind of job opportunities that they see before them. And so in 2047, I at least hope for a world which will be open to receiving all those youngsters who want to leave India. But I also hope that there won't be too many such people, and that most of Indians will find and believe that they have the best possible future right here and will stay here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mahajan, for that very, very insightful, futuristic, and also an emotional address, I would say. We have taken your message in the right earnest: equity and opportunity, a just and egalitarian society. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now time for me to invite Group Captain Vijayakumar for a special announcement, but before that, may I have his AV, please.
Group Captain R. Vijayakumar is the Executive Director of Madras Management Association since April 2007. He was awarded the Vicious Saver Medal by the President of India for his outstanding service in the Indian Air Force. He serves as a member of the Executive Committee of St. John Ambulance Association and PS Educational Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Vijayakumar.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. MMA comes out with an eagerly awaited news magazine called Business Mandate, with the leadership of over 90,000 people every month. Our leadership includes leading business groups in South India, dynamic medium-scale companies, and reputed professionals from various industries. In addition to MMA members, Business Mandate is circulated to notable opinion makers, industry leaders, senior government officials, multinational group heads, management students, and a host of distinguished personalities. It's indeed my privilege to have been associated with the Business Mandate as its editor for the last 17 years. MMA has adapted to leveraging technology with a variety of unique online initiatives, including the state-of-art digital magazine, Business Mandate, which features embedded videos. The digital magazine MMA has several distinctive features. On the occasion of MMA Annual Convention 2024, we have brought out a very special issue of the magazine consisting of interesting articles for the benefit of our readers and all the delegates who attend the convention today. May I request you all for your attention to the screen to know more about it. May I have the AV, please? a copy of the mandate. Yes, we don't mind you clapping, actually. I stopped. Thank you. A copy of the mandate has already been delivered to your inbox. Additionally, you can also scan the QR code which is provided in the convention agenda and download the business mandate, share it with your friends, and it's also available in your delegate kit. Kindly read on, enjoy, and share your feedback. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Group Captain. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-awaited moment of this morning. Dr. V Anantha Nageswaran is the Chief Economic Advisor, Government of India. May I have his AV, please?
Dr. V Anantha Nageswaran is the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. He has been a columnist, author, academician, and consultant to financial institutions. Over the years, he has served on the boards of various companies. He earned his doctoral degree from the University of Massachusetts for his work on exchange rate behavior.
It is my privilege this morning to invite Dr. Anantha Nageswaran to deliver the inaugural address of this convention.
President, Madras Management Association, Mr. Mahalingam, Group Captain Vijay, Mr. Shankar, my colleague in Government of India, Ms. Vini Mahajan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My sincere thanks to the Madras Management Association for inviting me to deliver the inaugural address at the Annual Convention 2024. The launch of the magazine that we just saw was very impressive for its features and its contemporaneous digital technology embedded features. I think this magazine is probably marking a major leap or a leapfrog, as the convention's title today says, into a leapfrogging of a reading experience or an interaction experience for the members and others. So I must compliment Group Captain Vijay and the rest of the team that must have worked very hard to come up with such a extremely enriching reading and intellectually stimulating experience for those who, you can't even say who pick it up, right? No longer it is a magazine to be picked up for you to browse through and reflect on them. So it's really, therefore, a pleasure and privilege to be part of this occasion and to share my thoughts with you here today about the year 2047, what it means for us, and how and what will it take for us to get to where we want to be in 2047. But before that, some confessions and declarations are in order. Few months ago, I became, as per Government of India's definition, a senior citizen. Two things mark senior citizenship. One is the self-assumed right to offer free advice. Of course, unmindful of the fact that it is most often ignored. The second thing is, to add to the senior citizenship status, I come from a middle-class background, and middle-class background people always strive to stay in the middle in terms of balance, and they are always afraid, mostly speaking, always afraid of tempting gods with too much of triumphalism. So that is also a feature of being part of the middle class. Add to that mix is
the third element of this is, by nature, by instinct, I'm a contrarian. Not that it helped me succeed in my previous avatars as investment manager or investment strategist, but in general, I remember very well as a young student when I learned this quote by Justice Learned Hand, who said, one doesn't always have to express the majority opinion, because by sheer definition, there are many others to do it. Which means, if in a room, 9 out of 10 people have a particular point of view, it behoves someone to articulate a point of view that the other 9 may or may not be sharing. And I also imbibed very strongly the Intel founder and CEO's Andy Grove's message that only the paranoid survive. I think Singapore's senior minister mentor, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, really embodied that as he took the island state from a swamp to one of the globally rich nations within a span of 2 generations. So when we talk of leapfrogging into the future, therefore, it is good to keep these things in perspective. As my colleague from the Government of India, Ms. Vini Mahajan, pointed out, we are in a very good place today. There is no doubt about that. We are in a good place. By the end of March 2024, we will have grown at more than 7% for 3 consecutive years post-COVID. And if some of us happened to see the Reserve Bank of India's estimate for next year, that is year ending March 25, they expect 7% growth for FY25 as well, and that would make it 4 years in a row. And that is not a fluke, and it must be reflecting some important things which we are getting right. What is it that we are getting right? I think not enough attention or recognition is being given to the way the pandemic itself was managed. For starters, we did not impose a nationwide lockdown after the very first lockdown in February, March 2020. The rest of the COVID experience was left to individual states and subnational governments to decide when and what kind of restrictions to impose on movement of people, goods, and services. That was a very important decision taken, and that enabled the country's economic activity to resume reasonably quickly after the first deep contraction we experienced between April and June 2020. The second aspect of COVID management was the development of indigenous vaccines and the ability to administer that to a country of nearly 140 crore people, and in the process develop certain technologies which are going to become part of the health stack for India, and which other countries can also benefit from. In some sense, COVID played an important part, not the only one of course, in the digital infrastructure build-out of India, because it reflected the kind of extraordinary efforts that our country has taken in the last 8 to 9 years in building out a digital public infrastructure that has now become the envy of many other nations. For example, if you look at the UPI, even several advanced countries haven't gotten the kind of unified payment interface, including the fast retail payment architecture that comes with it. They don't have a system that is anywhere near as sophisticated as that. It is not just a matter of efficient transactions, even for small denominations. It is also about ensuring that the economy becomes formal. As every single transaction of ours gets captured, Tomorrow, when you as an individual or as a business person want to go and avail of financial resources, you have a track record to show. And that is revolutionizing the way in which credit decisions are being made by lending institutions today. So whether it is formalization or financial inclusion, digital public infrastructure that India has put in place and which has got even more exciting possibilities, such as the open network digital commerce, credit enablement network, open credit enablement network. All these things are going to build on the foundation that we have laid in the last 6 to 7 years, and they are going to make a very big difference to the inclusion of every single geographical part of India and every segment of the population into economic activity. The third thing which we need to appreciate very well is that post the Ukraine conflict that broke out in early months of 2022, the efforts that the government of India took to ensure energy supply adequately and at reasonable prices, given the kind of geopolitical pressures we faced in terms of securing crude oil supplies. Because one of our sources of supply, Iran, was under sanctions, and then now Russia was coming under sanctions. And India is a very large energy importer. But therefore, to be able to ensure that the economic recovery did not get disrupted by lack of adequate crude oil supplies, I think we humans in general, as a species, we are not that capable of counterfactual scenarios. We can only evaluate what we see. We cannot peep into what did not happen, what we could not see, and figure out what would have been the consequences of them had they come to pass. So the energy security and the energy supplies that the government managed to get and still keeps getting for us to drive the economic locomotive forward, I think that is very much underappreciated and it needs to be recognized. Of course, this energy security that we have now is also going to come under a lot of pressure, is coming under pressure due to the energy transition requirements, and I will talk about them a bit later. The other thing that is going well for us at the moment is, of course, the strength of the financial sector and the strength of the corporate sector in India, which both of them were missing in the second decade. Because after the extreme optimism about India's place in the world in the first decade, things didn't go according to plan. 2008 crisis intervened, and therefore many decisions and investment plans made assuming that such a crisis would not happen went sour. Bad debts accumulated in the banking system. Companies found themselves saddled with extremely high levels of debt in their books as well. So both lenders and borrowers had to downsize, had to trim their balance sheets, get back into good shape. And that took a considerable portion of the second decade for us. The cleaning up of the financial system, the cleaning up of the corporate sector balance sheets, etc. Today, both of them are in good shape, in rude health, if I may say so. Financial sectors' balance sheets are very strong, both non-banking and banking. Lending is vigorous, whether it is for MSMEs, small ticket mudra loans, personal loans, etc. If you look at non-food credit, excluding personal loans, it's growing at around 13%. For an economy where the nominal GDP growth rate is between 11 and 12%, this is a good credit growth rate as well. So we have these elements which are now giving us the hope and the optimism that growth in the rest of the decade, subject to other geopolitical and external risks, these things are going to keep us in good stead, on a good wicket, to continue to grow the economy steadily, towards milestones such as 5 trillion or 7 trillion, or for that matter, come 2047, whether we look at 30 trillion, etc. But remember one thing, milestones are only important placeholders. There is only that much we have in terms of control over them transpiring. It is not just a matter of philosophy, it is also a matter of practical wisdom, that we only have control over our actions. The outcome is the residual. So whether we get to 5 trillion or not, 7 or not by the end of the decade is not in our hands. For example, just barely few years ago, it was always said that China would overtake the United States in terms of overall GDP size. It was assumed, it was a foregone conclusion. But today, if you read the commentary, many people say that it may not happen forever. Given the way the Chinese economy is now struggling to recapture the kind of dynamism it had for nearly 30 years between 1979 and 2009. So things can change quite rapidly. So we cannot take these things for granted, but continue to focus on what is it that we can do to ensure the outcomes that we want to see. And there I would say the most important thing is not to forget the mistakes that got us into trouble in the second decade in terms of financial sector or the banking sector excesses. We need to learn from those mistakes to be able to do better lending appraisals and also better investment decisions from the corporate side. And more often than not, the commercial sector, businesses always find regulators to be a nuisance. But they don't realize that regulators are here not to pose hurdles for your growth and development, but to ensure that it continues uninterrupted much longer. If you look at the history, our growth spurts have been more of sprints rather than marathons. And the reason for that is because within a few years of good growth, excess optimism takes over and we end up making bad investment decisions, bad borrowing decisions, and bad lending decisions, and then we get into the spiral of overheating in the economy. Inflation shoots up, current account deficit picks up, the currency becomes overvalued, and then we find ourselves once again going back to square one. That should not happen. And if you look at the decision that the Reserve Bank of India took recently to increase the risk weights on unsecured personal loans, or for that matter, many of the restrictions and regulations that SEBI is putting in place to ensure that capital market is a fair place. These are necessary, these are essential, and these will help us grow long-term sustainably rather than experience brief growth spurts. And therefore, a better understanding of what it takes to continue to grow long-term is necessary for us as citizens, as businesses. The second thing I would say is, and again my colleague Ms. Vini Mahajan touched upon these in her remarks as well, health, education and skilling. We all saw how relatively unhealthy population became more vulnerable to the impact of COVID. And today, when I see multinationals speak of India as the next frontier for food, processed food, it gives me worry. It makes me worry. You see sports personalities promote and become ambassadors of unhealthy foods. And you look at data on child obesity, child diabetes, it is alarming as far as this country is concerned. A healthy population is a productive population. It used to be said of China that it may become older before it became richer. It should not be the case that India becomes sicker before it becomes richer. And that responsibility lies with businesses, that responsibility lies with us as individuals. It is not just the government jobs to regulate. The Food Safety Standards Authority of India is not the one to tell us what to eat, how to exercise, and what kind of aerated drinks or carbonated drinks or sugar-heavy drinks or processed foods that we consume, and whether the amount of time we spend on looking at screens and looking at the outside world with our eyes, all those things cannot be mandated or regulated or recommended by the government. These are our responsibilities. And there, I think the current trends in this country do give me cause for concern. When we talk of 2047, the most fundamental requirement is not government policies or investment in infrastructure, important as they are. It is a healthy population. Physically fit population, mentally healthy population. Consumption of social media is antithetical to a mentally healthy population. So we need to remember these as citizens. And when we talk of skilling, of course, we know the artificial intelligence is there, and it can be a tool or it can be basically also something that displaces workers. In fact, IMF recently put out a working paper that said, among the various skill categories which are highly exposed to artificial intelligence and highly correlated with artificial intelligence, one of them that is at very high risk of being displaced is, any guess? Economist. So that is good news actually. That economists can be replaced by artificial intelligence, because naturally intelligent economists haven't really done a great job, right? So artificially intelligent machines may do a better job, and that's a good story. That's a good news maybe. But that said, it is important to make sure that the displacement of jobs by artificial intelligence is a real threat. Because humans cannot simply anticipate all the effects of this new technology. Many things we will realize only when we actually start to experience them, because humans have a natural limitation in their ability to predict. Much as we would like to believe that we have that skill, we don't. And therefore, how do we become nimble and prepare our population, our youngsters, to be able to participate in an economy which is going to be dominated by technology? We are a labor-rich country. We are a country where demographics advantage will be with us, but that population has to be employed, has to be productive, has to be healthy. Without that, the demographic dividend will not be realized. So that is another thing to keep in mind. If we talk of where we want to be in 2047, skilling of the population in the right areas, in the right degrees, and at the same time being able to generate employment for them, not just in our country, but elsewhere. These are the other important challenges to keep in mind. The next challenge, and I spoke about the extraordinary work done by the government in securing energy supplies for us, but geopolitics is a very existential risk for this decade and the rest of the 20 years as we head into 2047. There are many books that came out during the pandemic time and also subsequently that talk about the inevitability of long cycles. Post-World War II, we probably will have spent about 80 years come 2025. And 80 to 100 years, there is a rhythm, there is a pattern to which cycles repeat. So 80 to 100 years of relative peace at the global level might be disrupted this decade or beyond. And then if you look at even longer histories, empires don't last for more than 250 years as a rule. So then you imagine some of these empires that became prominent in the 18th century will probably be coming close to this 250-year mark. So basically, geopolitical churn will be with us. Some of us may think that a multipolar world is better than a bipolar or a unipolar world. But again, we do not know, because there will always be unexpected, unintended consequences of a multipolar world. The world does need sometimes one sharif. If it doesn't have one but have multiple sharifs with multiple fiefdoms, it will be a difficult world to navigate as well. And this geopolitics is also extremely important component of the current ongoing challenges and debate with respect to climate change. At one level, global warming is a reality. At another level, it is also a threat to economic convergence between developing and developed nations. In the name of climate change or fighting climate change, developed nations impose their priorities on developing nations. What kind of fuel to consume, what kind of energy mix we need to have, and what kind of growth we can have. These things now end up getting decided by this agenda. So the economic sovereignty of nations come under severe threat because of the climate change agenda. And even there, even if we assume that some of these things are good for us in our own way, for example, because we are an oil importing nation, we may think that renewable energy is good for us. However, we do not take into account the fact that to have renewable energy dominate our energy production, generation mix, we will be still dependent on critical minerals and rare earths coming from other countries which are dominated by a very few of them, and probably even just one when it comes to processing of these materials and minerals. Then what about the supply of those materials and minerals when we need them? If we are going to switch over to renewable energy, how are we going to ensure the supply of these materials and minerals? How do we recycle the used solar panels and wind turbines? They are becoming a challenge for several other countries and cities. And if we take into account the fact that battery storage technology today probably around the world lasts not more than 20 minutes of consumption, and then the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow all times of the day, how are we going to ensure grid stability? And what is the true cost of these when we take this into consideration between renewable energy and fossil fuels? Therefore, what is the kind of mix we need to have? And then there are environmental challenges that are raised when we think of nuclear energy as an option. Can we wish it away at all? Can we wish nuclear energy away at all in the energy mix when we want to diversify away from fossil fuels? These are important questions because just as I mentioned about health, without energy security, the plans and the dreams we have for 2047 will not be met. And therefore, navigating this landscape, both technologically, financially, and politically, is something that we need to be aware of, that we need to be conscious of in order to ensure that we do continue to grow and we don't sacrifice our growth priorities because other countries in the developed world are worried about carbon emissions at this point. And we do, as a per capita carbon emitting country, we are one of the lowest in the world. So should that be our priority? And if so, what is the right mix between that and current energy security? These are important questions to ponder about. So therefore, to think that we can leapfrog into 2047 is something that I would like to temper that expectation or optimism. We need to take, it is one step, crossing the river by feeling the stones would be the most appropriate mindset to have. It is about patience, persistence, perseverance, and paranoia. That is what will lead to performance. That is what will take us to 2047, to the future that we want to have. Merely extrapolating recent trends into the very long-term future has not really served humanity well. While we need to be optimistic and confident and have pride in our abilities, in our endowments, realistic assessment of the challenges, realistic assessment of our prospects, and of the awareness and the consciousness about our own limitations, cognitive limitations, that we cannot imagine counterfactuals, that we cannot really, by definition, anticipate all the unintended consequences, that there are miles to go, mountains to scale, before we can reach the destination, these awareness will take us to the promised land by 2047. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It's been really inspirational, thought-provoking insights. Of course, you've given us a lot of optimism that India is on the right path for economic growth. And you also mentioned that we'll cross the river by feeling the stones, one step at a time. Thank you so much, sir, for a very, very inspirational address. A lot of takeaways today from this session. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to honor the dignitaries on the dais. May I request Mr. Mahalingam to step forward, President MMA, to honor the guests with a memento as a token of our appreciation. We're also presenting a memento, a green memento today from Sankalp Taru. A sapling is being planted in honor of these guests today, which will be planted and nurtured by Sankalp Taru. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Now, Ms. Vini Mahajan. Most importantly, I think, sir, you reminded us of our individual responsibility towards our own health. That's the best takeaway, I think. Ms. Vini Mahajan, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming over all the way. Your emphasis on sustainability is a big takeaway for us today. And you talked about the skilling of youth to take advantage of the demographic dividend that we have today. Thanks a lot for those lovely messages. A memento to Mr. Mahalingam, to Mr. Shankar, and Mr. Unnikrishnan as well. So once again, these are green mementos from Sankalp Taru. We also thank Prakash Kochar and company for their lovely mementos today, for takeaways to the guests. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are well on time, in fact, before time. So this brings us to the end of the inaugural session this morning. We shall commence the special session, if possible, again 10 minutes before. But we have a tea break now. We shall try and assemble in the hall. Sorry, sir? Yeah, oh, sorry. So sorry. So sorry, I just missed out something. Time for presenting the vote of thanks for this session. Mr. Unnikrishnan is the Vice President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Unnikrishnan is the Managing Director of Saint-Gobain, India. He played a pivotal role in the company's journey to market leadership in the country. Mr. Unnikrishnan is a thought leader in the field of sustainability and in policy structure frameworks for the Indian construction industry.
May I now request Mr. Unnikrishnan to propose the formal vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On a lighter note, maybe Venkat, next time you can start with the vote of thanks so that we will not forget. You know, when I think of India at 2047, I am reminded of what one of our professors in management school, Professor Sharat Sareen, told us as young students in mid-90s that the next century belongs to India. Little did I realize at that time the enormity of what he said. But today, I think we are going through a very phenomenal period. As our chief guest mentioned, the whole world and the nation went through one of the most challenging times of our lifetime in COVID. But I think as a nation, we have demonstrated that we are extremely resilient. We have come back strongly as one of the fastest growing economy. And therefore, for the Honorable Prime Minister to set the vision that by 2047, we have to be a developed economy. We are already developed in terms of culturally and spiritually, but as an economy to be developed by 2047. So we are really honored to have someone who is today guiding the government in that journey. Sir, you are not just guiding the government, but you're also guiding the future of my grandchildren, because they are going to, really live that. So thank you for really taking the time and being here, and also tempering the optimism and, throwing some realism into our thoughts. So thank you for being here. It is said that the future wars will be fought for water and not for oil. And who knows better than all of us in Chennai? Not to worry, I think we love music and dance, so we will not go to war. But I think we have either too little or too much of water most of the times. So I think, ma'am, your ministry and the leadership that you provide for the administration is very important for the water security of our nation if we have to really fulfill our vision of a developed nation by 2047. So thank you for taking your time and being here. Let me thank McKinsey and especially its Chennai partner, Mr. Varun Prakash, for really curating all the sessions today. Let me also thank all the media present here, and special thanks to the Hindu Business Line for being the media partner for MMA and for this particular convention. Let me thank Mr. Shankar for being the chairman of the annual convention, really leading from the front in deciding all the different tracks that we will follow. And let me also thank our dearest President, Mr. Mahalingam. I think he cannot be compared to any individual. He can be only compared to LinkedIn and Facebook, the kind of network that he really has. So thank you, Mali, for all your support. Let me thank all the past chairs, my fellow management committee members, all the speakers, all the delegates here. Let me also give a special thanks to all the sponsors for really making it happen, and Ms. Padmaja for giving a divine start for our proceedings for the day. Let me also thank all the delegates, both online and on-site here, and let me wish each one of you a very, very productive day with insightful deliberations and thought-provoking speeches. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Unnikrishnan. I can assure you still before time, and you still have 5 minutes extra for the tea. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to break for tea. We'll be back here at 11:10 to commence the proceedings on time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can we settle down? Student volunteers, may I request you to usher in the people who have just had their tea outside. Just a couple of minutes from now, we'll be commencing our special session 1. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust all of you have had your cup of tea. Let's settle down now. We have to keep up with time. Please settle down. Thank you, thank you. So we are moving into the first special session of the convention. Very interesting theme. Future of industry, capturing the 1 trillion opportunity in shifting global supply chains. Thank you for maintaining the silence. May I request you all to settle down, please? So to give us their perspectives in the special session number 1 on the theme, Future of Industry, Capturing the 1 Trillion Opportunity in Shifting Global Supply Chains, may I now invite the moderator of the session, Mr. Soumyadeep Ganguly, Partner and Leader of Manufacturing and Supply Chain Practice McKinsey, and joining him in this session are Mr. Rahul Maman Mapillai, Managing Director, MRF Limited, and Mr. Sriram Vijay, Managing Director, Brakes India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome all the 3 youngsters, the young leaders, with a big round of applause. Welcome, sir. Welcome. Please. Well, I think we just had a cup of tea. A big round of applause will be the best thing to start the session, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Thank you all for being here. May I have the AV of the guest speakers, please?
Mr. Soumyadeep Ganguly, a partner in McKinsey's Delhi office, leads the firm's work in manufacturing and supply chain management in India. He works with the Government of India and major industries to set up innovation and learning centers to catalyze smart manufacturing using Industry 4.0 across sectors.
Thank you.
Rahul Maman Mapillai is the Managing Director of MRF Limited. He joined the company as the Corporate Manager, Planning and Development in 2003 after completing his MBA at the University of Michigan. He has wide experience overseeing the finance and project functions, including the automation and process upgradation initiatives in the company. Mr. Sriram Vg is the Managing Director of Brakes India, a company that he leads with vision, strategy, and wisdom. With over 15 years of experience in management and consulting roles, he seeks to position Brakes India as a global leader in delivering innovative and high-quality solutions for complex and safety-critical applications.
May I now invite Mr. Soumyadev Ganguly to take the session forward.
How should I present? First of all, very good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for giving me this honor to host such two young leaders here. Right? I promise I will not be between you and the leaders, so I'll keep my conversation very, very short, and then go to what we call a moderated session between three of us. Right? I think from the beginning, what I intend to do in the next 7-8 minutes is some of the views which we are kind of seeing how India playing out, what we are calling India opportunity. And I know this is going to be a very tough job with such stalwarts speaking before me about India opportunity. So I'll try to be brief, but try to give a point of view which we are seeing as we interact not only with Indian manufacturers, but also global manufacturers across the globe as a firm, right? So there are three parts to this as we see it, right? There is a India growth story, which you all probably know, but I'll try to bring some of the nuances which even we go to the investors across the globe are mind-boggling as we see it. The second is India advantage, how this growth story is actually converting into a India advantage for India and India for globe. And last is what we are calling it winning in India, because I do want to mention that though there is a lot of positives, we need to have a proper balance because, and you know, Rahul, Sriram and I was just catching up. For the last 10 years, we have aspired manufacturing to be 25% of the GDP, but it's still hovering somewhere between 16 to 18, and we are trying to be a $5 trillion economy. So while something is going right, something needs to get right too. With that, I think, again, a busy chart, but if you look at this, what we are seeing is that digital economy is going to be a core element across the globe, and India is the forefront. I'm not belaboring it, whether it is UPI, whether it is ONDC, ULIP, FASTag, and so on and so forth. I think manufacturing backed by supply chain shifts, and I have to be very careful. This is supply chain shift, and there are two elements into it. There is, of course, China plus one story, but China plus one story is not only India. I like what some leaders have said. Let's make it India plus one story and not only China plus one story. So while there is an opportunity, we have to be competitive around there. I think this is the third point is very, very important, that we are a talent factory. 25 to 30% of the population going to be us by 2047. But at the same time, I'll show you that what we call STEM graduate, which is science, technology, engineering, and management, a large part of the graduate is actually going to come from India. But is that all? We'll talk about that as we go ahead. Then again, of course, you know the numbers that, you know, a lot of urban population is going to increase, the global value trade for India, and becoming a global export talent. So there are a lot in the India transforming rapidly, right? No need to belabor that we are all confident, and I'm sure we'll become the third largest economy very soon. I think this is also an important element. If you look at the FDI flow to India, I think not only, I think Mr. Unnikrishnan has mentioned that we will be probably only global geography which is growing at 7% consecutive 3 years once we go on to FY25. Our gross FDI is also on the move. The latest numbers are just coming in, but there has been a steady move. Having said that, of late we are seeing that our growth trajectory is tapering a bit, right? By the way, what you see on the right-hand side, many of the, whether it is FDI, infra, digital push, upcoming investments, and so on and so forth, this shows that there are a lot of opportunities and we are moving in the right direction. I think we did a study which is called McKinsey Global Institute study, and we said how much our export can look like from now as we go to 2030. And we do believe that there is an opportunity to actually double it from 450 million can go to $1,000 billion. The interesting part is that when we go to $1 trillion, this growth is not only expected to be triggered by traditional manufacturing,
but a lot of advanced manufacturing is also coming into place, whether that is electronics, going into the up in the value chain in electronics, very specific auto components, machineries, and so on and so forth. Also, what is also coming out, it's not only US and EU, probably CIS countries are also going to be one of the major hub where we can potentially export. I just want to belabor the point that it is a potential, and as we go ahead in the session, we will uncover some of the elements that how do we make the potential to reality, and what are some of the elements we need to be very, very careful of. Look, this is a chart where digital infrastructure of India can look like. This is a chart where digital infrastructure of India can look like, where if you look at the verticals, there are financial services, there are agriculture, there is health, there is B2B, B2B, B2C, there is logistics and e-auctioning. And of course, the horizontals are how, from a common man, ultimately to the entire geography, it gets connected. Having said that, I think we just scratched the surface with UPI. We just scratched the surface with UPI. UPI is just a beginning. Just think of it, what we are doing in UPI, and again, I was having a conversation with Rahul and Sriram just before this session. If that can get translated to what ULIP or Gati Shakti is trying to do, if that can get translated to what WNDC is trying to do, there is a massive opportunity. Having said that, this can be our big advantage, but there's a lot to happen. There's a lot more trust and everything needs to come, that how the data is going to get integrated and shared and so on and so forth. But I think I feel very proud as an Indian standing here that I think we are leaps and bounds ahead of any countries you can think of, even the Western countries. Even to put the basic layout, what we call the basic stack of the digital in place, we have to just leapfrog on top of that. Most of the countries does not have this basic layout in place and have such a successful case example like UPI, which it has shown. Look, when we have conversation with many of the global boards, what we have seen that there are 4 type of architecture where global organizations are looking at India, that how can they take the benefit of India, right? One is, of course, manufacturing from India, and you see the examples. You have seen all the announcements of Apple trying to make 30% of their phone exported from India and so on and so forth. People are actually looking for it. Having said that, there is still a question mark that whether it will be successful or not, because even if I take a mobile phone manufacturing example, it will only become successful if not only assembly, we can go up the value chain and the components start getting manufactured here. That's still not a reality, but hopefully we have started moving in the value chain from only assembly. We have started now making manufacturing cases and so on and so forth. But there is, we have started the curve, but to become a manufacturer for India from the global is something which needs to still take up. Sourcing from India, I think this is a hot topic, right? And I was talking with, again, with both these gentlemen, what international companies call their IPO division, that International Procurement Office. Everybody has established, you talk to any global major, everybody has established IPO as an office. But we are in varied degree where we stand. It's somewhere it's from less than 1% to 4-5%. Having said that, if we get our act right, there is a potential to capture almost 8 to 10% of the sourcing from India, which not only includes your component, but also includes things like services, right? Services like R&D services, digital engineering services, and so on and so forth. I think the third point, is leveraging talent for innovation, and we will talk about it, that while we are a talent factory, the consistency needs to be right, but some of the people are getting it right, like Colgate, Palmolive, or Retd. They've actually put their entire digital innovation center back in India. They're doing their POCs on the e-commerce and some of the digital elements, how to reach the customer and increase customer satisfactions in India. Companies like Mondelez have set up, as we talked about World Economic Forum, set up their first lighthouse factory, as they call it, in India, and showed the global that you can make profit by selling Cadbury at 5 rupee pack, which is 50 cents, and US market was never ready for that. And that factory is now a model factory for the globe. But having said that, again, these are still, I would call that examples which are in pockets or some of the spurs, not a consistent example we are yet to see, but there is a huge potential again. And lastly, build for the future. That how do you see that India is built for the future, and then you replicate the India model across the globe? At least these are the 4 archetypes we are seeing how globe is looking India as a potential opportunity, and hence it gives us as an Indian manufacturers to capture each part of that opportunity and take the country to the next level. I think from an India advantage, what we are calling there are 4 distinct elements where India can give an advantage. India can give an advantage on market access. It's not only going to be a 3rd largest economy, and I'll talk to that. There are a significant number of households who are expected to cross that mark, which we call $10,000 household income per annum. Infrastructure, no need to belabor the point, but this is not only physical infrastructure. I think the digital infrastructure, right? The digital infrastructure can truly potentially be a game changer for us if we can leverage it, not only in one use case, but multiple use cases across the stack as we are talking about. Manufacturing advantage, in many of the cases, we have the manufacturing advantage. Case in point, EV. You know, Indian OEMs have shown the world that how to make a born EV platform. And if I go to some of the categories like 2-wheeler or 3-wheelers, I think our OEMs are leaps and frogs ahead than what the globals are doing. And of course, some of the elements of government enablement which is coming, whether in terms of PLI and so on and so forth. Having said that, I still want to put a balanced view. While these are opportunities, there are multiple elements which need to get it right to get the full potential unlocked, right? Look, I think the real number to look at it is the right-hand side bottom, right? We believe that there are 140 million households who will cross the $10,000 yearly income, right? And that number, not only in terms of percentage, when we talk with global luxury brands, that's a mind-boggling number for them, that 140 million actual number crossing that 10,000. Again, in many of the cases, and that's why, in many of our conversation, a lot of global organizations are not looking India as a 1.4 billion, they're looking India as 100 to 150 million, that where the purchasing power go, right? Infrastructure, of course, you all know this, so I'm not going into the details. Energy, roads, railways, urban, digital infra. And we are talking about that, some of the core indicators we see, like logistics cost as a percentage of GDP, has actually started coming down. And we are tracking it from a 13-14%, it probably came down 1.5%. Having said that, if I compare with other countries like US or China's of the world, they're probably at a 4 to 6%. So you're still a long way to go. We are in the right track. But if we really want to be the manufacturing hub of the world, we still have a long way to go. Utilizing all of this, how do we actually utilize that infrastructure and make real impact on the KPIs which matters? I think the talent access, I was in a conference with Japanese investors, and the number that 25% STEM graduate, which is science, technology, engineering, and management, is going to come from India is a very astonishing number. But at the same time, the consistency of the talent is one of a big problem for us as a country. And, when we talk with the German colleagues, they say, look, while you have 25%, your consistency varies from almost 1 to 8 in a scale of 10, right? Which is not the good news, but the good news is we have the numbers. And in many of the cases, our competing countries like Indonesia, Thailand, or Vietnam is one area where they are not being able to compete with us. I think from an enablement, after 2020, this numbers stopped coming, but we were coming up. We jumped multiple number of places that how we are enabling. But at the same time, while we are improving in the absolute number, we are still not there where we need to be. So probably we are in the right direction, but continue to make work on that particular element, correct? This is just showing about the PLIs which are coming in, many of the announcements which has happened. In many cases, this is an absolute reality. Having said that, if the PLI has been completely unlocked and full advantage been taken, again, there are varied views. How do we make sure that we take the full advantage of that, and the global companies and Indian manufacturer, both global manufacturer and Indian manufacturers get the full benefit out of it, so that we get the full potential unlock and go to that 25% manufacturing GDP in a $5 trillion economy. Lastly, look, this is a page we always put to say there are a lot of positives and there are a lot of elements which are going in our way. But we still need to do a lot of hard work. This is just the starting of the hard work, right? I will not go through the details of it, but when we have the global conversation, many of the conversation goes into these elements that India still doesn't have many large enterprises. India still have a large amount of enterprises, almost 87%, who are less than 2 million, right? Which means that we need to enable those enterprises, work together so that those enterprises can go ahead. Our ease of doing business is improving, but we still have a long way to go. Our labor laws have been simplified significantly, but there are still many more nuances which people need to figure it out, right? There are some policies, transparencies and all, and R&D investment, which is low, but on the higher side. So this is just to balance us that we are on the right trajectory, but we still have a lot of hard work to do to go there. And lastly, this is my favorite slide. When we talk with everybody, people ask us that, what do you think hence the recipe for winning in India for both global and Indian manufacturer? At least there are 5 bullet points where we have probably summarized into, and people are more or less looking at that. A, get the fundamentals right? There are policies and everything, but get the basic fundamentals right, which many of our Indian organizations have done, and we will uncover it with Rahul and Sriram in a bit. Maintain a long-term commitment from succeeding from India, whether as a supplier or you want to make India as a global story. Enabled local leadership, and that's why it's a pleasure to talk to both of them, that how local leadership is going to actually help, and that's an opportunity for us. By the way, if you look at Apple, they understood it very quickly after a few initial setbacks. And if you see today, they have with the right governance, they have enabled the local leadership. They're looking for the right set of GVs. Tata is an example. They're looking for a right set of GVs, and that is an opportunity for us as an Indian manufacturer also to capture that global demand. Countermeasures to deal with the chaos. We know sometimes we throw up surprises as a country. I can't tell you how many calls I've got when now, which is 20 kilometers from Gurgaon, which is the hub we are selling for, was suddenly have some unrest and Gurgaon was closed. This just gives us shocks. But having said that, with a country of 140 crore people, with so much diverse culture, some of this chaos we need to deal with, and our Indian manufacturers have shown it. And lastly, we do believe it's not only India for India, it's an India for globe story. It's an India for globe story, whether become sourcing or whether become a manufacturing hub for it, so that you not only cater to India, but you truly become a global sourcing / a manufacturing hub, which can take us to that 25% dream, which we are all dreaming for the last 10 years. Thank you so much for a patience hearing. What we'll do, we'll now open it up with Rahul and Sriram. Okay, am I audible? Okay, perfect. So, Sriram, Rahul, thank you for patiently listening to me. So let me start with you, Sriram, right? While, as we were discussing, there are a lot of opportunity, we are doing great and so on and so forth. But having said that, as an Indian manufacturer who is exporting to the world, are you seeing that our image as a low-cost country and not so great in quality, but low-cost go to India, is that really changing? Are there some fundamental shifts we are making? What would be your thoughts on that?
Thanks, Soumya. I think definitely, a very valid question, because we are seeing some of that shift. We work in the automotive component space, right? So we have been exposed to a lot of the perception of how global companies think of India as a sourcing base. And even, 7-8 years ago, the charts we would see were comparing India on a price parity basis with other countries. And we were always, below, right? So China was more expensive than India. Other countries are more expensive than India, but we were not getting the business, right? Even though on a cost basis, we were lower. And this is very rightly, as you say, a combination of factors that enables India to realize its potential. It's not just a low-cost base. I think there is a level of quality we have to meet. There is a level of scale we have to meet. And there's a level of trust we have to build with these people. And that is changing very quickly. I think if you look at scale, right, one of the factors, India as an economy has grown tremendously in the last 7 to 8 years, and it has a lot more potential. With 20 million two-wheelers, 4.5 million, passenger cars and utility vehicles, almost 500,000 trucks and buses being manufactured in India today, we cannot complain about scale. We are at a scale where we should be competitive. We should be at the levels that global OEMs want to source from us in India, right? So that, I think, is a very big change and a very big factor that will help propel this growth even further. The other thing that's changed is, I think, from a trust angle, right? You also mentioned this. I think other countries are starting to set up bases in India. So whether it is auto majors through their international purchase organizations, they are starting to get comfortable with the culture of India and operating in India. And I think that's a huge difference, right? When you look at different options to purchase from, let's take China as an example, because we're compared very often. US has been wedded to China for over 2 decades now, and this didn't happen overnight. They've had people there. You know, there have been Americans who visited China multiple times in the late 80s, 90s to build that trust. And India started that journey much later. So I think we're still on that trust building journey. In our discussion earlier, we were talking about the varied levels, even within Indian companies, of what they can expect on quality, on scale, on trust. So I think that is changing as well. The other thing is, globally, I think we've all read that the world is flat, right? I think we've been exposed to that concept. It's not as flat as we thought it was. And I think that risk-reward relationship changes over time. Risk was very low in 2010 to 2020, let's say, post the financial meltdown. Risk was low. So this gave an opportunity for global scale to be built, global trade to really accelerate. We've realized with COVID, with a lot of the geopolitical tension, there are ridges, there are valleys. It's not as flat as we thought. And it's some of this rebalancing where we really have some opportunity to garner where India can be on this global scale, right? So there are a lot of positive factors, and I think the domestic scale is one that will really help us go through. But it's not to say that India is not perceived as a low-cost manufacturing company. We are still perceived as a low-cost manufacturing country, and we should be, right? I think where we are on the GDP curve, while 2047 looks great, we are still at 2024, right? And we have a long way to climb up that graph, as you said, a lot of hard work. So I think we have to leverage some of the strengths that we have. While we do have software talent, while we do have a lot of innovation happening in India, we're not at global scale there yet. And I think leveraging some of that low-cost expertise, low-cost manufacturing will help us go up that curve. And that's one of the areas we as a company are trying to push, is that we can build global scale, we can provide global quality, but we will do it with an arbitrage of the Indian talent base, the lower cost that we have.
Wonderfully said, Sriram. I really like the way you mentioned it, right? Probably some time back we were low cost but still not getting considered. Today we are considered at quality with a low cost and shown the potential with organizations like you. Thanks for that, Sriram. Now let me come to you. While low cost and all as an element, we are seeing that India is getting leveraged as an R&D center, right? We are seeing people are moving their core R&D here. And you lead an organization who has always been known for innovation in the area. What would be your thoughts? How this R&D is shaping up? And how do you think this can be an advantage for us?
So thank you, Soumya. And I do agree with you. It's a big opportunity. But from my perspective, for Indian companies to make use of the opportunity, there has to be a change in mindset, right? If you see, historically, our mindset has been, we're given a benchmark of a multinational product, and we have to match that, right? But now, I feel the mindset has to be that we have to set benchmarks of our own, right? And it's easier said than done, right? And I'll tell you the way we are approaching it, right? So if you have to create new benchmarks, it's very clear our engineers have to be allowed to experiment and fail, right? So unless you experiment and fail, you can't create new benchmarks. So what we have actually done is we've actually put money behind what we're talking about. We actually built a factory only meant for our R&D engineers to make tires, right? And their tasks are go out, try crazy stuff. If 1 out of 10 work, that's something new for us. So that in itself allows experimentation, right? And once you're able to create new benchmarks, and the OEs say that I don't have to set benchmarks elsewhere and come to India, then you become the first mover into an OE development, right? And once they're comfortable with that, and once you're the first mover, you obviously have an advantage, right? So I think that's the first step. As companies, we have to believe that our local talent can create something new, something innovative, and we'll support them with investment. The second thing I'm very clear we have to do is we have to invest in infra, right? When a global OE comes into India, the advantage he has operating abroad is that all his suppliers have world-class infra, which they can use to co-develop, right? So now, again, what we are doing is we are building a test track in Trichy right now. It should be ready in 4 months' time. So in my view, a global OEM in India who doesn't have a test track now will feel comfortable coming to India because here he knows there's a tire company who they can test with, right? And once you build the infra and once you make them comfortable, that's when the true innovation happens. To me, setting up an R&D center here and outsourcing key operations is not what we want. We want them to actually develop new products in India. And for that to happen, we have to create the infra and encourage engineers to actually do stuff which could invariably fail and allow experimentation. And that's, in my view, that's what we as companies have to do.
No, thanks, Rahul, for that. Thanks, Rahul, for that inspiring thought. We all have always learned this in our management education that we should be allowed to fail to innovate. But great to see leaders like you, Sriram, and all are actually doing it. And this is what gives us the belief that India will actually take this advantage. On this same, let me take the conversation a little forward on some of our strengths. Both you, Rahul, and Sriram mentioned our talent, our infrastructure, which is probably the strength we are playing on, Sriram. Right? How do you see that? Are you really seeing that we are being able to take the advantage of the talent and the infrastructure? And what would be some of your thoughts for all of us?
No, I think you laid out very clearly, Soumya, in some of the earlier slides about the talent pipeline that India has, the demographic dividend, and we're starting to see this in action, right? Definitely, we have access to people both on the shop floor as well as in engineering or white-collar jobs. I think it's a great place to be in India. There's still a huge disparity, right? We've always talked about the skill gap in India over the last decade, and we see that in companies, right? So we have to hire from certain institutions. We were discussing earlier, BTech is not the same across the country, right? So there are a lot of things we have to do to bring up people, to bring up talent, skilling, education, re-education within the company. So there's a lot of work we do, right? But it is, I would say that demographic dividend is starting to pan out very much more realistically right now. I'll give you the example. We have a company we work with in Europe that we had acquired, small company, right? And they were struggling with manpower on the shop floor. And to get a CNC operator there, right, took them a month and a half to fill that role. To get a maintenance person who could handle robotics and automation, reprogram a robot, could not find. They had to go to an outsourced resource at about 2 times the price, right? Whereas I can tell you, if I had to replace that resource within India, I would have my pick, right, of people to choose from who are not just skilled and motivated, right? They will work so much harder than anyone in Europe will work today. So I think what we have to realize is we have a population that is increasingly getting skilled, but also a population that's really hungry to do well, right? And that is something that we cannot underestimate. So that 25% of people at a certain age is more than that, worth in terms of how those people work. So that is on the talent side. I would say we are starting to see that demographic dividend already start, and it will get more pronounced in the next 10, 15 years. The second one you talked about is infrastructure. India has had pretty poor infrastructure in the past, and we have struggled with logistics across the country, tax codes that were not necessarily easy to deal with in different parts of the country. So many manufacturers were subscale because they would put up plants close to customers, plants to overcome tax advantages. But literally in the last 6, 7 years, we've had GST, like you said, UPI that's enabled payment for smaller cases. We've had, all the roadblocks that were there go away. But most importantly, we've had roadways, railways, all being invested in and infra really improving. We were talking about how GDP as a logistics cost as a percentage of GDP has come down, right? It really has. And we see that what used to take 4.5, 5 days to go from Chennai to Delhi now gets there in 3 days. And the most important thing is the variation is extremely low, right? You're not worrying if that truck is going to reach Delhi in 3 days. However, we still have a long way to go. While we are happy with how things are going, we have a factory in Oman, and that is located near a port, right? And if we need to send export shipments from Oman to Europe, we are deciding whether to send it in the morning or the evening, right? Whereas in Chennai, if we're sending a shipment, is it Tuesday or is it Friday, right? So we still have a long way to go in terms of port infrastructure, airport infrastructure. We are making headway, no doubt about it, right? But we have a long way to go to get to world class in some of these areas. And that will also help India become both an export hub as well as lower our cost. The last one you had talked about is our digital infrastructure. I think internet penetration has really gone up in India, where we're starting to see, I think, the dividends of what the country has done with this aspect. Some of it driven by government policy, but some obviously by private sector and the need for people to get connected. UPI, what a change this is making to India as a country and the image of India internationally. When countries say they want to come and implement what India has done on payments and the digital, that just makes us proud, right? And I think that is the kind of marketing and the kind of strength that India really needs to focus on to become a player in the global stage.
So thank you, Sriram, for such a comprehensive answer to such an elaborate topic. I love the point you mentioned about our talent, that they're young and hungry. We just need to channel the energy in the right direction. Love the point about how we are developing on infra, but some of the places we are becoming bottleneck. That example I'm going to quote many places, Sriram, that morning, evening to Monday to Friday, and that makes so much of business difference as a country you are doing. And similarly on the digital infra. Thanks for that insight, Sriram. Now, let me come to you now. While we are improving in many of the elements, in some places we are actually leapfrogging. Take an example of EV. I mean, what our OEMs are doing is just mind-boggling. How do you think that is going to play us, even if I look at auto component or India manufacturing as a whole? What are you seeing, and what would be your thoughts on that?
So Soumya, I absolutely agree with you. What we are seeing in EV today in India is just remarkable, right? And like you said, in two-wheeler and three-wheeler, I think we are by far the leader in the world. And being a supplier to them, they are going to be world leaders. So I think it's an automatic extension for us to be, as a component supplier, leaders in those two segments worldwide, right? But I want to give you the example of passenger car, right? And this is where obviously we are not a leader. We are more of a challenger, and companies like Tesla set the benchmark. But what I find remarkable with our Indian passenger car companies is that they're actually benchmarking Tesla, right? So their aspiration is to match Tesla at very frugal Indian prices. And that to me is an unbelievable aspiration to have. And what I'm hearing from my team is the cars they're making are unbelievable, right? And we have Mr. Velusamy just coming in, and I think Mahindra is an example of a company who's just set unbelievable benchmarks in EV technology. And the good thing for us as component suppliers is if we supply to companies like Mahindra who are benchmarking Tesla, we are actually producing tires which have similar features to the tires which are supplied to Tesla globally, right? So, and that in itself enables us to attack the EV market globally. So thanks to OEMs like Mahindra and the others in India, they're really pushing us to adapt technology very fast at a pace. And from what I'm hearing from the teams, the cars they're making are absolutely unbelievable. The born EV cars, I think, are going to set a benchmark in this country. So that's one. Second thing is also what I find is that the product development cycle of vehicles is changing dramatically. It was 48 months earlier. Now they want to do it in 20 months or 24 months, right? So that requires a lot of virtual development, right? And again, companies like I think the Indian companies like Mahindra are setting the benchmark there because it's pushing us to develop our capabilities there. So once we develop capabilities like that, then I think the Indian companies would be the best in the world to meet the requirements of the segment in terms of product requirement and timelines. And then I think then it's really up to us and the global manufacturers to see. And in my view, the first step would be to partner our Indian companies as they go globally. And as global companies manufacture in India, partner them. And then the third step would be to supply directly to them. But I think there's enough opportunity working with our Indian firms itself. It's a very exciting phase to be in.
So thanks Rahul, for that. And this feels really good to hear that, we are setting up benchmarks, and Venu is already here, that we are setting up benchmarks and we are actually creating an ecosystem, Rahul, as you mentioned, right? That as this goes global, our entire ecosystem goes global, and really true that show to the world that India is the manufacturing hub. Look, I can go on with these two gentlemen for the full day, but Captain will not allow me to go. So let me come to both of you with the last question, Sriram and Rahul. Maybe Sriram, I'll start with you. With all of this, if there are few things you want us to keep in mind, the nuances we should keep in mind to capture this opportunity, considering we have so many advantages, but at the same time a hard work to do, what would be those 2-3 last thoughts from you?
Thanks, Soumya. So, tough question, to say what we need to do to get there, right? But I'll just reinforce that what we talked about at 2047, right, or even at 2030 is many years away. That is almost double our growth at 2030 and 2047 many times. So we are not there yet, right? We have to do a lot of work to get there, and it's at different levels. One is obviously international. Then there's our government level policy, our state policies, and then what we do as companies. So all these have to kind of line up for us to see that dividend that we are expecting to see in 2030 or 2047. So given that, I think alignment is key. Other countries, you see, when companies go to invest, we were talking about single window clearance for that company to come in, set up, they will support them the whole way. Whereas we still have, national policy, state level policies, a lot of ease of doing business is still not the same in India. So I think that is definitely something we have to watch out for and make sure we have alignment as a country that we want to get there, and these are the things we have to do to change to get there. Again, we talked about the demographic dividend. It's there, but we have to invest in it, right? Whether it is education, quality of education, skilling, and one thing that often gets overlooked is the strength of our MSMEs, right? It's easy to talk about the big companies and the successes. We have to have a very, very strong, robust MSME ecosystem which can build the base. That is the most of India. That is where the growth is going to come from and will help the next level of companies also get the scale we need. We export almost 1,700 crores. What we see, we get RFQs all the time. I think this was also touched upon in the previous session with our distinguished speakers. There are a lot of changes happening in the world, whether it is USMCA, requiring sourcing from, Mexico, Canada, North America as a whole, US, or whether it's CBAM, right, the cross-border carbon adjustment mechanism that is going to put tariffs on products outside of Europe coming in the automotive space. Now, while there are shocks that will, like COVID, that rebalance the economy of the world, there are also barriers that come in. And we have to be very cognizant of the fact that as a country, we have to address those trade barriers and how are we going to tackle them, right? Whether it is WTO, right, or whether it is changing our economy style. I think it's very appropriate at $2,500 GDP economy. We are not going to be investing in sustainability at the level Europe is. While we do make investments in solar, wind, long-term maybe nuclear, right, we have to chart our own path to get to that $10,000 GDP per person. So I think there are a lot of things that are changing in the world, and as a country, while we are positioned very well, that creating alignment for the entire country to capture that opportunity is very critical, right? So I think with that, I just want to say that in the next 5-7 years, if we don't get to that point of being aligned and getting on it, I think there's a big opportunity missed, because the world will go back to being a little bit more flat and things don't change, right? So it is only when there are these contours in the world that things flow to different levels. So we are at that opportune point. It is not a 1-year opportunity, right? It is a 5-year opportunity. So we don't have to all rush and hype it up and say, if we don't do it today, we're not going to get it. It is maybe a 5-year opportunity. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to put in that resource, put in the effort, build the base so that when these changes happen, we can capture them.
No, thanks, Sriram. So elegantly summarizing it that this is an opportunity, but this opportunity is not going to be there for entire lifetime. It's probably a 3 to 5 year window, and it's incumbent on us to actually work on that window and establish ourselves as a base so that we do it in a sustainable manner. Let me come to you, Rahul. I'll frame a little different question for you if you are okay. I think, look, you have always been known as the manufacturing excellence and so on and so forth, the R&D steps you are taking. Now, if I tell you that from running a plant with this India becoming a manufacturing hub, what are some of the things you think we still need to do right?
So Soumya, to me, if India has to be a global manufacturing hub, if you ask me, the thing which is not spoken about enough is consistency, right? How can I ensure that every product I produce, irrespective of which plant is manufactured from, irrespective of which line is manufactured from, gives you the same performance? I think that is, the key to be a global manufacturer. And if you look at the history of Indian manufacturing, when my grandfather or Sriram's grandfather set up their companies, we didn't have access to technology. We didn't have access to finance. We didn't have access to the best machines. So they had to really start with a major disadvantage, right? But today we have access to the best machinery. We have access to all the good stuff, AI, the works, right? But my view, stuff like that is not alone going to get you consistency. Consistency is a lot of common sense and a lot of hard work, right? And if I look at it, I would say there are two steps. First is culture, right? And to define culture in a very simple manner, every day in the factory, we are taking decisions which are always a compromise between quality and production, right? How do you ensure the same decision is taken right from the plant head to the workman? It's easier said than done, but that is culture. How do you make sure that always everybody in the organization takes the decision which is going to impact quality or which is going to help quality, right? That's step one. Step two is, I do believe we as managers or leaders, we are the biggest causes for variation. Like, let me just explain this to you, right? So assume you are a multi-plant operation, manufacturing multiple SKUs, right? And take, for instance, a tire. We have close to 20 or 25 raw materials going to a tire, right? Now, I have two options. One, I ensure that every plant gets the same source of raw material for one full year, or I have a situation where the raw materials keep changing from different suppliers every week, right? Obviously, option one is causes less variation than option two. But if you talk to our supply chain guys, they will refuse. They say, oh my God, I need flexibility. I have to get costs down. How can you do this to me, right? But there are ways of handling it. Like you can allocate one supplier to one plant and other supplier to other plant. Second thing is we go to the shop floor, right? You have the option of making an SKU in multiple lines. Can we allocate one SKU to one line, right? Again, very easy to say it, but your planning guys in the plant will say, oh, it's impossible. I have a breakdown here. If I don't have WIP there, I have to keep shifting it. Obviously, we make the same SKU in the same machine, day in, day out, you're going to improve consistency. And imagine when something goes wrong, right? When you have a quality issue, when you have multiple sources of raw material, when you have multiple machines making the same product, to problem solve, it's almost impossible, right? And so I think it's common sense stuff like this, which is very easy to say, but difficult to do. We as leaders have to make it happen. The second thing is now, because we have access to all this fancy machinery, I find many a time we are like these kids in a candy store, right? Somebody will come and say, oh, my new machine will reduce cost by 40%, will increase production by 50%, and a person like me will jump to that, right? So now you have different machines in different plants, giving you slight variations in quality. So I think India now is at a juncture where we've experienced everything. We know what technology is available. Now we have to be clear what is right, stick to it, focus on it. And our objective is, yes, all the fancy stuff is there, but the hard work of running a plant is a lot of hard work and common sense. Get that done. If we can get consistency right, I see no reason why India cannot become the world's manufacturing for any product in the world. And I think that should be our leaders as objectives, right?
Look, I must tell it's always an easy job to talk to this young gentleman because, Rahul, you made it so simple yet elegant. Yeah. Culture of consistency, that's just, and get the basics right. And I can't, I was laughing when you said that sometimes we behave like kids in a candy store, and you will not believe some of the questions from the audience was exactly that how are you taking advantage of the IoT and all those new age machines and all, and you very brilliantly answer that. Maybe I'll take one question. I got a bunch of questions, Sriram and Rahul, from the audience I was just going through as you guys were speaking. I think one question which consistently came up and would love to get your views is, with this disruptions happening very regularly, whether it is COVID or sometimes, something happening in the Suez Channel or geopolitical shifts, how you as leaders are looking at these disruptions. That's one question, came out multiple number of times. Any thoughts on that direction?
Yeah, I think there's no rocket science here. You have to diversify geographical risk. Yeah? If you have a supply in Europe, try and get a supply in Asia also, so you're able to mitigate that risk. As far as possible, develop supplies within India. There's no other solution, right? I think it's all about de-risking. And of course, look at your inventory norms. When things like this go wrong, you have to assume there are going to be variable lead times. So your safety stocks have to be higher. It's stuff like that. I don't think there's any rocket science. It's simple stuff, but we have to accept this reality. There are costs to it. We have to get it done. As simple as that.
Sriram, any thoughts from you?
There's a quick thought. When you're thinking about risk, it's a good thing because you're already at a point where you're, at scale. You're not worrying about the other things. So when you're worrying about risk, you're already at a good point. Now, that risk-reward relationship I talked about is changing quickly. So I think people are realizing that risk is reasonably important. So from our perspective, honestly, almost every product will be manufactured at 2 plants. We will have the ability to shift capacities to a certain extent. That is within India. Now we're starting to think global risk mitigation, whether we need to have, as Rahul said, increased safety stocks or production locations that do some value add closer to customers. So a lot of that is coming to play. So definitely risk reward has changed in the last 3 years with COVID, supply chain disruptions. But I suspect the world will come back down on its risk profile in the next few years.
No, wonderful. Thank you so much. Look, I have the tough job of trying to summarize what you have already summarized, but I'll still take a stab at it. First of all, thank you so much, Rahul and Sriram. This was an absolute pleasure to talk to you and debate some of the elements which we discussed. My takeaway is very simple, few points which you have mentioned. We are in an opportune moment. The opportunity is going to be for 3 to 5 years. We have all the basics ingredients ready, but there is hard work we need to do together to make it happen. Rahul, I can't repeat the point you said. Get the basics right. Get the basics right. It is going to be tough. Create a culture of consistency, create a culture of excellence, and leverage the huge talent we are having. They're hungry to become successful. I think the third takeaway I have had, and Sriram, I'm going back to what you said in the beginning. We were considered as a low-cost country always, but in many times we were not even considered, even after the cost. But we are in a point where people are looking at us, cost, but at the same time with the right set of quality, and be at an optimized moment. And fourth, Rahul, you talked about some of the ecosystem which we are developing, like EV is a case in point, which can take us as a true global leader. At least that's what my takeaway, Rahul and Sriram. But it was an absolute pleasure to have a conversation with both of you. And thank you so much for this.
Thank you, Samir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya, for so fantastically moderating the entire session. Time for us to honor the dignitaries on the dais now. May I request Mr. Balraman, past President MMA, and Mr. V. Shankar, Senior Vice President MMA, to come onto the dais and honor the guest speakers, please. Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA, to join them, please. Ladies and gentlemen, these young leaders deserve a big round of applause. A lot of optimism there in what they spoke. With young leaders like this, I think our corporate are in very, very safe hands. And that was Rahul and that was Sriram, and we have Soumya receiving the award now. Soumya spoke about the 5 success factors for India to win. Rahul spoke how India is making a mark in the EVs. And Sriram talked about how we have a skilled but a hungry India as well, which is doing well. So thanks for all 3 of you for making this session so very interesting. Yep. May I request Mr. Apurva Bandhari also to come and join them on the stage. Mr. Apurva has given out these mementos, which are green mementos, planting a sapling on their behalf today. Yeah, big round of applause to Mr. Apurva as well. Once again, thanks to Prakash Kochar and company for these mementos. Thank you, all three of you, for making this session so special. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now moving into special session 2. The special session 2, the theme is also very special. New technology frontiers, how India can become the innovation engine for the world. Just give us a few seconds for us to set the stage for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a round of applause Mr. Varun Prakash, partner and leader of Chennai McKinsey, to moderate this session. And joining on the dais will be Mr. Jaideep Sarkar, chairperson, Mizuho India Japan Study Center and Israel Center, and Mr. Velusamy, president, automotive technology and product development at Mahindra & Mahindra. May I request all the three gentlemen to come and occupy their stage on the dais, please. Please come. Can we welcome them with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? All three of them on the stage are going to be discussing this very, very important topic of the day. New technology frontiers, how India can become the innovation engine of the world. May I have the AV of the speakers, please?
Mr. Varun Prakash, a partner at McKinsey, is an engineering graduate from Nanyang Technological University. He did his MBA at the University of Michigan, Stephen M. Ross School of Business. Mr. Jaideep Sarkar is a professor of practice in entrepreneurship at IIM Bangalore. He is a retired Indian Foreign Service officer with a wide experience in governance, including tenures in the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of External Affairs, and Indian missions abroad. Mr. Velusamy heads the product development and automotive technology at Mahindra & Mahindra Limited. He is also a member of the company's group executive board. He was instrumental in Mahindra & Mahindra's launch of various flagship products like Marazzo, XUV 300, Thar, and XUV 700, all of which are trailblazers in their respective segments.
May I now request Mr. Varun Prakash to take this session forward.
Are you able to hear me clearly? All right. Sorry? Is this clear? People at the back, are you able to hear? All right, perfect. So first of all, thank you, MMA, for organizing this really thought-provoking event. A lot of ideas came through from the last session. This is a topic that I'm personally very, very passionate about, so I'm looking forward to the discussion with the esteemed panelists. On a lighter note, I'm a big fan of the XUV 700, so I'd love to hear a little more about the innovation that went into it. But I wanted to start off by giving a little bit of a preamble on the topic and then requesting our speakers to give some opening thoughts. Let's talk firstly about technology, the digital economy, innovation, and what it means for India, why it's important, what it means for India, right? So really thinking about digital economy and technology, there are three lenses that I take to it. First is from the consumer lens. We are a country with more than 650 million internet users who have access to low-cost internet. More than 160 million people who do electronic retail transactions. So we are well and truly a digital economy, and an economy that's aspiring to be at the forefront of technology. So that's the first thing. The second lens is, if you take an enterprise lens, this is an economy, India is the largest growing, fastest growing large economy in the world, right? We are the only large economy that's well above 5% per annum when it comes to GDP growth rate. And this is done on the back of an extremely rapidly technologically transforming economy. The tech intensity, we estimate, is going to increase from 3 to 5% as a percentage of revenue. So companies are doubling their investments in technology over the next 5 years. That's one. And second, we are also the service providers to companies that are exploring new technologies. India's tech services and business services revenue alone is more than $200 billion. So again, this is a very, very large part of what our economy is. That's number two. Number three is, if you then take a public infrastructure lens, over the last few decades, we've actually built a very, very enviable public infrastructure, be it utilities like UPI, Aadhaar, be it some of the policies that are starting to be put in place to encourage the ecosystem to grow. We're a very rapidly evolving public infrastructure as well when it comes to technology. So all the conditions, the opportunity are in place for us to aspire very, very big when it comes to technology, especially when it comes to new technology. But this is the glass half full side of the equation, right? As you think about the future, it's not just about what we've been doing historically. It's about being at the forefront of some of the new ideas that are coming through. Last year alone was the year of ChatGPT. I think pretty much everyone has tried something or the other, some trick or the other with ChatGPT. But the role of AI, generative AI, is extremely large. And this is just one of many, many different technologies: quantum computing, distributed infrastructure, new materials. Name it, our industry, our economy is grappling with how can we be at the forefront of many of these areas. And we're not yet there, right? So in today's discussion, I'm looking forward to hearing from our panelists in terms of what are the big opportunities and ideas that we are seeing in the economy when it comes to new technology frontiers, when it comes to innovation, and what can we do as an industry community to ensure that we can be at the forefront of it globally. With that said, I'd love to invite Mr. Velusamy to come provide some opening remarks.
Good morning and good noon. We are standing between you and the lunch, but we'll make sure that we all get a lunch together. So innovation is the key area, but there are lots of words used in the industry. Some people say discovery, some people say invention, some people say innovation. Sometimes I got confused myself, so I asked my guide guru, Google, so can you please tell me what is discovery? And then said, if Einstein and Hubble find out what is existing in the universe already, that's called discovery. So they didn't make new, but they just found out who before the generations have not found it out. By the way, what Einstein looking at in Caltech, the hills, is the expanding universe. We all thought the universe is static, but he found out, Hubble found it out that the universe is expanding faster than the light. So as long as you are standing within the universe, you cannot travel beyond light, but you are at the boundary of universe, then you are traveling faster than the light. What does that mean to us? That the customers are continuously changing, but in this era of technology, where the smartphones are there, the customers are changing much, much faster than what earlier they used to see. I will show you some graph. Invention is something that there are things existing and then you put together and find a new application. That's what our grandfathers did, and then we survived. Innovation is something that you perfect the process, methods of existing ideas. It's not a new idea, but it's an existing idea. The innovation has overtaken the inventions now to propel the economy. That is the message between the bullock cart and the iPhone. So let me give you some glimpse of how the world has been ever since known to human being. Can you get the audio, please?
Civilization from time immemorial. Whether it is to solve problems, improve the quality of life, satisfy curiosity, gain a competitive edge, or leave a legacy, technological innovation has taken us from being hunter-gatherers living in jungles to becoming a knowledge-based society that knows no bounds. But the irony is that the spirit of technological innovations that drives us towards becoming an interplanetary civilization had also managed to wipe out millions of people in the form of the atomic bomb. Technology is indeed a double-edged sword. And when the intention is right, a small step for a man can indeed become a giant leap for mankind. Looking back over the last 1,000 years, the trigger of the technological revolution really started with the invention of the printing press. This was how the democratization of literacy began. Meanwhile, the life expectancy of the human race drastically improved through vaccination, and very soon anesthesia provided a great leap forward. The 1800s saw a wave of technological innovations that would change the world forever. First was the electrical bulb, which powered countless social changes. Then the telephone helped instant communication across the world. And then, of course, the automobile, which completely transformed personal mobility and freedom. This was taken to a whole different level with the invention of the airplane, which made intercontinental travel of both people and goods quicker. Soon came the computer, transforming the speed and ease of doing things forever. And finally came the internet, completely transforming humans into a knowledge-based society. Technological innovations are not just done by individuals, they need huge funding, and hence it needs the backing of large companies and corporations. Companies that successfully invest into these innovations succeed and become market leaders, while others end up losing their market and even go bankrupt. Let's take the example of Kodak. Once a juggernaut of a company that dominated the photographic film industry failed to see the importance of digital cameras. They eventually filed for bankruptcy in 2012. The tragic story of Kodak is a great example of how a major company can have blind spots for opportunities because of its core business. Nokia. The fall of Nokia, which back in 2007 had a market share of over 50% in the mobile phone market. The company was outstanding in developing hardware, but failed to see the importance of software, as they thought that big software changes would alienate current users. Nokia's mistakes teach us a lesson of how previous success can limit the capabilities to innovate. General Motors Hummer. When General Motors took over the IP, the Hummer, which at the time had grown from being just a military vehicle into a strong status symbol among celebrities and civilians alike. But the positive image that came with it was short-lived. Soon consumers began boycotting the brand as environmental activists began positioning the Hummer as the most environmentally hazardous car. As Hummer's image did not change, its sales plummeted. Hummer's story shows how adapting to the market's trends and sentiments can be of crucial value. Xerox. Xerox Corporation was one of the most inventive companies globally. Though they were the first to develop the prototype of a computer and the graphical user interface, they couldn't capitalize on it. Mainly because Xerox's CEO saw the future of the company in copier machines, so he didn't want to spend too much on developing personal computers. The Xerox story tells us the importance of being future ready. The message is loud and clear. The reason why major companies fail to innovate isn't caused by a lack of willingness to do so. Rather, the problem is that they're too late in recognizing opportunities and threats because they're too focused on sustaining their core business. Be it Web 3.0, GPT-4, floating farms, electric cars, self-healing material, or even quantum computing. Technology doesn't just meet the aspirations of its customers, it tells them what to aspire for. Remember, yesterday's fiction is today's fact, and today's unimaginable is tomorrow's reality.
It's a striking reality that how, if you don't innovate, Kodak, Nokia, Blockbuster, all of these companies fall down. And now you can see how the technologies are peaking and the cycles of the duration that you can see. In the years, you had long duration, but now it is very, very sharp. You have to keep constantly innovating it. Otherwise, the peaks of a given technology is overtaken by another peak of another technology, which is yet not known, but which is defined by the innovation. For example, who would have predicted ChatGPT will be the next peak of the technology when we invented cellular phone? That's the challenge in the innovation. Every leadership team thinks the innovation is the best thing that needs to be done to survive the industry. That's 84% believe. But only 6% of them are satisfied of how well they do innovation in their companies. Let's discuss over the conversation about this. You looked at all these companies, how they fall it down, and they were run by smart individuals, and there is a reason why they couldn't predict. But they are super smart CEOs. They are not ordinary people. But there is a reason behind it that we will converse during the course of our conversation. It's the same thing that put it in a different format. How if you don't innovate, the startups go bankrupt. Innovation is the secret sauce that sometimes define the next wave of technology, next wave of growth. Sometimes you adopt it and move forward. Where does it come from? It comes from inspired employees. And how do you create inspired employees is what our conversation all about going to be. Heraldis said, change is the only constant in life. The customer expectations, the customer mind, the customer needs keep changing. And if you are able to understand the need of change, the pains of customers, and you address with new innovations, then you are preparing yourself for the change. And the only tool is innovation. All the best.
Professor Jaydeep, if we could invite you to provide some opening remarks as well.
Thank you very much. So the topic for the session, this session, is new technology frontiers, how India can become the engine of the world. And in this topic, I wish to draw your attention to the words frontier and engine. And therefore, I think that we should make a distinction between technology and technology frontier, and between innovation and innovation engine. And I think if we contemplate the time horizon for this convention, that's a very important distinction to make. We are all proud of the fact that our engineers and managers are at the top of some of the world's leading companies. And I imagine that a substantial number of them are alumni of this city and this state. But the real engines of innovation, of transformation, and of disruption are not CEOs. So while Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella are running some of the world's best companies, we are not really producing people like Steve Jobs and Jeff Bezos who are creating the world's best companies. And the two qualities that I associate with the names that I just mentioned are firstly that these are people who not only think outside a box, but think without a box. But more importantly, I think that they are consummate risk takers. They ventured into territories others didn't know existed or feared to tread. Our own relationship with risk and failure, I think, is more complicated. Sometimes I attend an event, a startup event, and the dignitary who's the chief guest will say that, look, 30% of our startups end up as successful companies. And I think to myself that in a startup culture where 30% of companies are successful, it means by implication that we are not taking enough risks. The greatest ideas in the world, Facebook, Apple, and so on, they don't come with a 30% strike rate. Taking more risks means accepting more failures. But this is something I think that in our society we still find very difficult to do. In particular, our best high school students enter our top engineering schools, the IITs, the NITs, and many of them have never stood second and are least equipped to deal with and understand the importance of failure. So we have to create a safe space in our society and in our education system for our best brains to experiment with new ideas. Our present education system has made great strides in spreading education to all tiers of our society. But can we say that it nurtures creativity, free thinking, or a problem-solving mindset? I was posted in Israel many years ago, and I was invited to a high school. I was initially reluctant to go there. But when I went, they introduced me to students from grades 9, 10, and 11 who were part of a robotics club. And the presentations they made, even though I'm an engineer myself, were so advanced that they went completely over my head. And I was told that in their system, they specifically identify the brightest youth, the most talented people in science and mathematics, and put them on a different track. So I think similarly, our education system must find some way not only to respond to the needs of the majority, but also to the needs of the few whose exceptional talents are not challenged, inspired, or stimulated by our present school system. Ladies and gentlemen, even till a few years back, who could have imagined that you would have a Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Indian origin or a presidential candidate of Indian origin in the United States? So I wouldn't be surprised if in the very near future a Steve Jobs or an Elon Musk of Indian origin emerges in the Silicon Valley. But my question is, why of Indian origin? Why not an Indian in India? It is a fact, and this was referred to in this morning session, that there is a huge scramble of talented youth leaving our shores, perhaps even more than before. Back in the day, it used to be that our best students would leave after graduation. Today, they're all leaving in droves after high school. So we really need to think carefully about the kind of living environment and quality of life in our cities that we are bequeathing to our next generation. How many of you have heard of the line in NEOM? That's N-E-O-M. Well, it's a new city that the Saudis are creating in the desert. It's a city which will be 34 square kilometers in size, but only 200 meters in width. And eventually, it will have a population of 9 million people. There will be no roads and no cars, only public transportation. Everything will be within walking distance. And they want to make it a global hub of innovation, where your whole time is not spent inside the car, but being free to think, to create, and to innovate. It will be run entirely on renewable energy with a zero carbon footprint. And I want to ask you, if the Saudis can do it, why can't we? Why can't we create a new city without all the problems of our existing urban spaces in every large state to begin with? We really need to devote attention to our physical spaces as much as we are doing to our digital spaces. And this calls for a state to be much more entrepreneurial. And this is the finding of the influential economist Mariana Mazzucato. And according to her findings, she says that for a society to be successful, the state must be much more entrepreneurial. And she points out that it is US government investment in defense, in health, and in science that have actually laid the base for path-breaking innovations such as the internet and the basic science that goes behind the drugs that are put in the market by American drug companies. So if I look at our own country and take a problem which affects all of us, which is major pollution in all our cities, it is a very complex problem. But surely solving it is not beyond our collective imagination. The UPI story shows how all elements in our ecosystem can come together to produce something extraordinary. But we need many more UPI stories. And for that, we need a state to be more innovative, more entrepreneurial, and more risk-taking. So, ladies and gentlemen, I look to that time in the future that today's gathering urges us to do, when not only India's best, but the world's best beat a path to our cities, to our companies, and to our universities. And it is only when the Elon Musks of the future germinate and flower in the fertile soil of India that we can truly say that our engine has arrived at the frontiers of technology and innovation. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Veluswamy, and thank you, Prof. Jaydeep, for very, very interesting insights. I want to capture 3-4 things that you outlined, because I thought it was both counterintuitive and in some cases explained a lot, pointed to a lot of dichotomies, because that sets the base for this discussion. First, if you think about innovation, it's not just about breakthrough ideas. It's also about perfecting processes, systems. It's continuous improvement as well. I think that's interesting to note. Second, I think the video you showed pointed to the fact that big innovation requires big companies, big funding. Whereas, Prof. Jaydeep, you mentioned that the heart of innovation is not the CEO, it's actually the ecosystem of startups and thinkers and people like, how do we create people like Steve Jobs? I think that's number 2. Number 3, the fact that we have a high number of startups that are successful is not a good thing, because we're not taking enough risk, we're not nurturing enough free thinking. So I want to use these 3 themes to kind of push this discussion across. But I want to start by first asking you to look into the crystal ball and say, what do you see as the big opportunities from an innovation point of view, from a new technology frontier point of view, from your vantage point?
So before I answer that question, let me put 3 statistics to you. The GDP of US is about 28 trillions, US dollars, of course. And the China is $18.5 trillion, which is all PP, purchase parity power based. And India is 3.7. So it shows an opportunity to grow, and it shows where we stand. The second statistics that you should know is where India stands in Global Innovation Index. India stands at 40 out of 132 countries. if you split the GDP and look at what are the constituents of the GDP, we are at service sector, we are at 54%. Service sector is contributing, and about 28% is coming from industry, and about 18% is coming from agricultural. So we are largely agricultural based country in comparison to China, which is 17% agriculture based, in comparison to the US, which is 0.9 or 1%. There is large scope that our workforce have to move from these areas to the industry, because the service sector we are already 54%, but we need to get into the industry. That's when you will get the trajectory, growth trajectory of GDP. Now, what are the new technologies and how do you eliminate? That's the basic question. Even in automobiles, if you take the industry that I come from, China is selling, last year from January to December, they sold about 30 million vehicles. 30 million vehicles, out of which 22 million are passenger cars, four-wheelers, I'm not counting the two-wheelers, and the 8 million are trucks. And if you take India, we sold about 4 million vehicles. China exported 4.7 million vehicles. Their export out of the 22 million is this. But the population, you know, is very similar. So there is a huge opportunity with 850 middle-class families coming into, and there is huge, huge opportunity. Now, the two sectors I can think of from my side is the electrification and renewable energy, apart from a lot of people will say ChatGPT, AI, ML, brain activities related topics, all of them will come, blockchain, all of them will come. But the two things that China is taking a lead over Europe and US is the electrification technology. Today, the penetration levels of electrification technology in China is 27% of their passenger cars, about 7 million or between 7 and 8 million cars, electric cars were sold last year. You know the fossil fuel dominated ICE engines. The Europeans and the Americans were the inventor of those technologies, and they were always licensing back to India and China. So you always had a limitations in doing the inventions. Now the reverse invention is taking place where China has taken the lead in terms of electric innovation. So the number of vehicles that are sold, the battery technology, the vehicle electronics technology are originating from China, but we need to speed up in India in this field in order to get very, very fast. Yeah? And just for your information, in Europe, the electrification technology is only 14%. In US, it is only 8%. So it is a transition like the peak curves that we have seen. Electrification is one technology and renewable energy is another technology where you can move extremely swiftly fast into the future.
I think that what the digital public infrastructure that we have created offers a real opportunity. I think in the US there's a tremendous amount of innovation, but not much regulation. In Europe there's a lot of regulation and not much innovation. And I'm hoping that our designers have got it correct. And if I look at the UPI story, I think that it's not just a pie in the sky, it really offers us something for the future. And I wouldn't be surprised, in fact, if the open network digital commerce does to Amazon what UPI has done to Visa and MasterCard.
Perfect. Thank you. So if I can stay with you, Professor Jaideep, and you pointed out to a lot of things we need to work on from an innovation point of view. But what are some of the strengths that you're seeing in the economy that can help us build on top of when it comes to new frontiers, when it comes to innovation?
Well, these are, I think that our skills are essentially human strengths. The reason why I mentioned their names, people are there at the top of many multinationals, our capacity to adapt, our ability to work in plural environments, And if you look at the concept of frugal innovation, I think our social innovators have really done path-breaking work under extreme constraints. Constraints where you don't really have a proper ecosystem support, there's no supply chain, there's no logistics, your customers cannot pay, as a social innovator, your social enterprise, you barely have any funding. And under these extreme constraints, how do you build a sustainable financial model? So I think this is the ultimate sandbox for innovation.
And if I can extend the same question to you, if you take the view of somebody who's driving innovation in one of the largest companies in the country, how do you see the strengths that you're building on top of in your role?
The strength is the millennials and the Gen Z that we have, and they are bonded to the digital technology. Now, if you take the AI and ChatGPT, the speed at which these technologies are penetrating into automotive design. For example, in our R&D, we use over 100 engineers trained in AI models to do aerodynamic simulations. The cars that we are bringing, all the electric cars that we are bringing, we are using AI to do the aerodynamic simulations. That can give you, for example, if we take six months to do about 600 simulations, the AI can do about 100 simulations and then do the extrapolate all the combinations and then say, pick up few simulations and then tell you that these are the simulations that you need to do and not the rest of the simulations. It's incredibly good technology. Now, how come this AI is so powerful and where are we lost out? If you take OpenAI, OpenAI has been developing this algorithm for the multi-language model, the large language model technology that they have been developing. But the real breakthrough came from NVIDIA, who gave them supercomputers. Now, it is the hardware and it is the algorithm that supported the supercomputer running that together helped the AI to survive. Now, these technologies can well be developed in India. For example, if you take Tesla, it's of course a competition to us. I take 1 or 2 minutes more and to give you an example. Venkatraman is the engineer who designed the computer chip for supercomputers. What Tesla does is, he has given the autopilot cars to the market. Now, he has radars and he has camera visions, and all these are connected to the connectivity and then it goes back to him. He is able to measure the road surfaces, potholes, attitude of the vehicles, the rolls and the turning angles, all this very precisely for every centimeters. And these data are fed back to his central computing system, supercomputing system. Now it is continuously learning about how the driver behavior in actual road. If you use a navigation map, you wouldn't really find it out the road surfaces. And if you remove the driver and the autopilot is driving, you really need the road surfaces to know to turn and to know the speed breakers. Now, these data which is going back from the users is training his autopilot model in the supercomputer division and feeding back to all the customers again as a software update through OTA. Now, what does it do? It gives an extreme safety and an experience of the cars. Now, technology is aided only by AI and the supercomputers. And this technology can well be developed in India. And imagine this technology is developed and then in Chennai city, you completely map every centimeter. You can give the autopilot.
Just picking from that, I think you're saying, one, we have the talent, two, we're fairly frugal when it comes to innovation, and three, if I can extrapolate from what you're saying, we're very good fast followers. We may not be the industry community that's creating breakthrough IP. So I want to stay on that.
The two guys who are working in Tesla, Venkatraman from Chennai and Ashok Ellusamy, I think he comes from middle of South and he studied in Anna University and then he went to Carnegie Mellon and he's the software head and Elon is directly in touch with him. I had spoken to both of them. You will see it, they studied and then they went to AMD, is a chip making company. From there, Elon picked up personally, and then these two guys have developed this autopilot and this supercomputing division. You wouldn't believe the guys, two guys are from Tamil Nadu.
That's wonderful, and reinforces the fact that the talent exists to be able to do this out of our country. But all the examples we took as well, NVIDIA, Tesla, OpenAI, they aren't Indian innovations, so to speak. So what would it take for us to do this out of our companies, our industry, our academia? Please go ahead then.
I think I mentioned in my speech about building new cities, which would be sort of completely new thinking on innovation. Look at the Silicon Valley. That's a terminology of the 1980s. They don't produce silicon chips in Silicon Valley. That's long gone to South Korea and Taiwan. Why is it that in India we can't think ahead? Why not a robotics hill, an AI highway, an IoT runway? So I think if we are aspiring for the kind of front-ranking economy by 2047, we have to think big and we have to think bold.
The reason that holding us back, though we have the Gen Zs and millennials, is threefold, if I were to look back. Okay, you go back, innovation needs investments, and then you make a plan, and then you go to the board. Innovation is always looking into the skies through the crystal ball of gains and losses. And uncertain is the crystal ball that you always see it. How certain is this result, and how uncertain is this result? And the way you explain to the board and how they believe you that you will make it happen, that's where whether the innovation is approved or stuck down. And majority of the time, it is that we fail to impress upon the leadership who has to approve this technology. And there are 2-3 reasons why we are not able to convince them. Is this psychological safety? What is this psychological safety? Are we afraid of taking risk? I am always held by mother when I am walking on the road. I was never let free. That you decide the destiny in the road, because my mother was always afraid that I will cross the bullock cart or the car, or I will get hit by something. My mother didn't know that I have the courage and intelligence not to be in front of any of the moving vehicles, right? It is the same symptom that continues. Take Elon. Elon took a big bet, but the traditional automobile companies, whether it is Ford or GM or Toyota or even VW, they cannot take the big bets. But he is the number one in all the 3 countries, and he is leading the revolution of electric. So it is not how big you are today. It is not the size of the cat, but it is the size of the fight within the cat. That matters. And that is what Elon had, that I will revolutionize electric, and therefore he invested. He put all his earnings and he invested it. That psychological safety that we should breed in our youngsters and in our investors. And that will lead to enormous amount of, if you have 5-6 investors like this and a group of youngsters who take this lead to do the technology development, then you have it like what Saab mentioned. You need Steve Jobs, and you need Elon Musk, and you need the Amazon guys to do that one. And that's exactly we need, 4 or 5 guys we need. And then India is a different story.
But you also mentioned that big companies will need to invest in a big way, right, when it comes to breakthrough technologies, because the amount of capital is very, very large, risk is high, and you need that to scale it up. So the question is, how do you view, when you think about innovation, how do you view your portfolio in terms of things that are incremental product improvements, meaning the next XUV 700, versus completely new areas, meaning battery-operated trucks, versus completely breakthrough IP, like what some of the examples that Elon Musk was doing? How do you view that balance between this?
So now what we are seeing is that the corporates are entering into innovations, but they are also going and asking for an investment from the other investors. For example, in our electric company, British international investments have invested it, and then Temasek from Singapore, they have invested it. Now, these investments are crucial for our electric vision. So we are developing 3 cars to be launched in the December 2024. You know, the electric vehicles cars are released, the images are released, you would see it. They will be the leading technologies when it comes to electric vehicle. What are the technologies we try to bring in? These technologies have a camera that is inside your car. It is monitoring whether you are wearing the seat belt. It is monitoring your eyeballs, both the eyeballs if you are a driver. And then if you are looking ahead the road, it is telling you in the infotainment display that you are very good a driver. But if you do like this and then keep driving, it alerts you saying that look straight ahead, don't look in sideways, because it is monitoring your eyeballs. Suppose you are wearing a jacket and you get into a car, and then you got out of the car with the jacket, and then you get into the car without the jacket and tells you, have you forgotten the jacket? Be careful about your wife. You are going to be pulled down by your wife. So it is monitoring you, and what happens, something unusual thing happens, anomaly happens inside the car. It is connected to the security system, it already alerts you. That's one technology. Then an ADAS technology. Then you have a 3-screen technology where it gives an entertainment, where the 3rd screen in front of the passenger co-driver, you can really see the cricket matches live. So we have a 5G technology connected to this. 5G is 100 times faster than the 4G. In India, 5G, thanks to the governments, all the governments so far, you have incredible adaptation of the 5G rates now coming in. I mean, look at the data speed at which it is coming with the 5 milliseconds of latency, and you can watch the cricket match in the car. The car is the office for you now. The electric vehicles, Tesla, you know why people love the Tesla cars? Because it has an autopilot. And you switch on the autopilot, the license cost is 12,000 euros. 12,000 euros and $14,000. You know this? This is the game. It is the software that is selling much more. It is the technology. It is the experience. Many of my friends in UK and US buy this car. It is to experience this. I'm not sure whether they think it is an electric car or not, but it is the experience of the car. If you give the experience of these kind of technologies, Ram Mandir was built, and then Tesla released a video with all the Tesla cars dancing lights, and then the door was opening, and the windows were going up and down, and there was a music put, and the song was singing about Ram, and then it is released to the worldwide. And it has a huge viewership about it. I mean, look at this is electric car doing this trick. The kids love it. And this trend technology was picked up by Chinese and then Elon Musk, both of them. So Tesla was the only company approved by China without another Chinese company being a partner, because he developed this technology and he brought it to China, and the China has picked it up. It's now India's time that we will pick it up in our 3 cars, and we will introduce by end of this year. And that's why these investors we could attract. It is these technologies that you should gun for it and make India more powerful.
On a lighter note, driving is a big hobby for me. I really like to unwind with driving. From whatever you're describing, it sounds like that's going to change completely. Work is going to come into the car as well. Prof. Jaideep, you spoke about the fact that 30% of our startups are successful, and that's too high a number. And it alludes to something that he was mentioning as well, which is that there's probably not enough risk capital available in our economy for innovation. How do we change that? And links to a question that Shankar from Hyderabad has asked as well, which is what can we learn from other innovation-driven economies like Israel that you were alluding to?
Yes, I think that this aspect of failure is very important. You mentioned Israel. Now, Israel is a country where there is no stigma on failure. I mean, they look at it as simply another stepping stone. But in our system, as you know, we still have a lot of, there is a stigma on failure. it creates social problems and so on. So I think that traditional societies like ours, the Japanese, the Eastern countries, this is not something that will change overnight. I think, but I do wish to say that the good part of all this is that the change is coming. I mean, there is a lot of change that we see already. If you look at the graduating classes from the IITs and IIMs, 30 years back when I graduated, this doing, a startup was my mother would have started crying if I had told her. But today, I think a substantial number, a percentage of these graduating classes are actually going into the startup world, which is risky, for which there is uncertain social status, uncertain returns. So I think we're on the right path, but as I think Rahul or some of that there is still, I think, a very long way to go.
And if I can stay with you, just building on that, how do we build more industry-academia collaboration when it comes to innovation from your vantage point? And I'll move to Mr. Veluswamy to talk about it from an industrial vantage point as well. But
look, I think that despite all the sort of strides that we are making in industry, in innovation, in technology, if you look at the numbers, our investment in research, in science and technology continues to be among the lowest among all the sort of growing economies. It's about 1% of our GDP. Israel, South Korea, they're at 4%. So I think that a lot more money has to go into, to begin with, before all this collaboration takes place. A lot more of both public investment as well as private investment has to go into research, into science, and into technology. You're right, I think that we don't have the kind of ecosystem that we see in the United States, where universities are a sort of part and parcel of their ecosystem. As I said, I think these are things that are a work in progress in India, and I think universities are taking steps to develop. After all, you can't expect industry to link with academia unless academia produces the kind of research and capability that is required in industry. And at the same time, industry themselves have to want that kind of capability. So I think we are a work in progress, but the starting point really has to be more investment.
And then if I can shift over to you, Mr. Veluswamy, on the same question of how can we drive more industry-academia collaboration? And the reason I'm asking this also is twofold. What he mentioned, which is we're just not investing enough into R&D, into innovation. The second is if you look at some of the most successful innovators globally, not all of the thinking is theirs or homegrown. A lot of startups, a lot of innovators get patents from academia, get patents from university, and then build on top of it to drive breakthrough innovation. So if you could comment on this, please.
True. Maybe a couple of minutes more I will take, if that's okay, then give you some examples. So I went to US. We were developing battery technology. I was searching who did the cell technology development first. So all of you know Goodenenough is the guy, John Goodenenough is a guy from UK, Oxford University. He invented the lithium-ion cell. First he invented the lithium-ion cell. So Oxford University has a principle that they don't patent it. So he went in across the street, he went and then found a company who will patent it, and he sold it to Sony Corporation for £5,000. And then Sony Corporation and Samsung Corporation thereafter made millions and millions and millions, and this guy did nothing. So this guy was in Oxford, and this one, Maniratnam Arumugam, I found, I was reading these papers 2 years ago about the cell technology. Then Maniratnam Arumugam from Madurai Kamaraj University, he went and he did a PhD in ISC Bangalore, and then he went and joined under him as a research associate. and he worked with him on the lithium-ion battery, and he gave actually the speech for the Nobel laureate of John Goodenough. He was a scholar, and he published so many papers on the lithium-ion battery. I was shocked. Here is a guy from Tamil Nadu who is in UK and then moved to Texas University, and then I reached out to him. Sir, can I talk to you? He immediately responded back saying that, yes, please tell me your convenient time. I was shocked. He has so many papers, and then he says, your convenient time. We connected, and then he said, so much of laboratories he is assisting, and then he found out that Tesla has made a contract with him and then did the cell research in the development. So he was involved in this. So he told me what the cell you should go. At the time, I didn't make a contract with him. And then he told me what cell you should choose for your technology. And he explained to me, free of cost, nothing. And it was overflowing. Any conversation that you ask on a cell, it was just overflowing from his mind. So I said, sir, I don't want to take free advice from you. I want to make a contract. I said, my university has certain rules, and then these, and it takes 6 months to put a contract. So last week he was here in our, everybody is invited to MRV. We have invested 200 crores to build battery and cell research, and as per advice of this gentleman, and that's where our battery and cell development takes place. I would boldly say Anand Mahindra and Anisha took this vision to invest it, and that's our bottom line now for the next years to come. Now here is the story that he told me. The Chinese and the South Korean battery cell manufacturers, the students were the PhDs who were doing under him. And these PhDs went as a CTOs to these companies. They are in continuous contact with him in order to develop these cells. 20 years ago, 2008, they started these developments. So it is the industry and the research body who started first collaboration, and then the technology trickles down to MTechs and BTechs. And this is what we need to spot out. The whole Indian, it's one state, one person, you can find it out and you can get this collaboration. I can imagine the whole India, if you map it out to the Western world, and then find it out and then make a connection and then start doing your development, India will go anywhere. It's exactly China did. The government sent so many people. I just give another example, if you permit me. I went to Israel. I wanted to develop this autonomous car and these technologies, ADAS level 4, level 3, level 4, and then level 5 comes later. I mobilized the company, so I landed in Tel Aviv. You know what it takes to land in Tel Aviv. It's not easy. And you came out of the airport. I got into a car. They said, I asked, where is the driver? No, sir, this car is a driverless. No, I said, no, I cannot. It's in Israel. I cannot sit. So, okay, sir, you sit as a co-driver. I sit as a driver, but I will not touch the steering wheel, and my leg will be pulled backward. Okay, he said, the car goes for an hour to Jerusalem. The traffic in Israel is just as before the war. It is as aggressive, as crowded as India. The car beautifully drove to me to the company, except one location where there were the road was diverted, and before this car arrived, they put some bundles of rocks, and then this was about to hit the rock. The driver took a diversion, and he told me, this map is not into my computer. That's where the Tesla, which I said, is coming into this computer. Nowhere else I had the scare of this car is going to hit somewhere. And the traffic situation in Israel is not different. There I decided that it's not a European road or an American road that you need to put at autopilot. You can do it in India. So we are working very closely with them, and you know how difficult it is. There I met the CEO and I asked him, how did you develop this? He said, I have 3,500 engineers. Out of 3,500 engineers, 500 engineers are PhDs. And these engineers work with Israel universities, funded by government, assisted by government. My government tells me, develop the top-notch technology, and this is what the money that we give you as a sponsorship, but prove me that you turn this into economy to the company, to the country, and you employ the people. Therefore, there is a return to the government as a tax. Now, this model is the one model that I found. Now, I asked, where is these 500 PhDs are coming from? Where is these are all studied in the best universities in the US. Now, every IIT is sending to the US. You have the people. All that you need is you have to get them and do this. Then your economy will propel. If you have to move from 3.7 to $18 trillion or $28 trillion, this is the only way.
You mentioned about Israel, and I think their model is very instructive. You see, unlike our system, they have comprehensive universities which have medical schools and engineering schools as well. So each of their leading universities have what is called a technology transfer company, which markets and commercializes technologies developed in the lab. And they're so aggressive in marketing. Ramoth, which is the technology transfer company of Tel Aviv University, they came to the Tata Group many years back and said, look, we have all this capacity. You tell us what are your problems, we'll solve it for you. So they are very aggressive, very innovative. And their funding model is, in fact, a very unique model. They fund startups. It's a government program. They fund startups. If you make money, you pay back the loan. If you don't make money, it's forgiven.
That's called success through failure.
So not only are you bringing the office to the car, you're going to remove driving as well. So, this has been absolutely fascinating. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. Maybe one final round of comments. We have a lot of future leaders in the audience. Any advice for them from an innovation point of view and how to think about the future?
Innovation is not about money. It's not about idea. It's about culture. The culture is, do you want to take a risk or you don't want to take a risk? And the new growth is always 50% chance of failure and 50% chance of success. The man who puts the faith that it will succeed, and even if it doesn't succeed, if it fails, I'm going to celebrate it, then your entire organization will come up with brilliant ideas. The moment you start pulling down every failure, who is responsible? If you witch hunt, and if you keep hunting the person who is responsible for the failure, instead of the collective system that led to the failure, and if you don't celebrate, no one in your group will come with risk-taking ideas. They will come with very, very safe ideas. The safe ideas will be nothing but equal to your competitors, and you will fall down. It is the balance between how much safe ideas you want to harbor and how much risk ideas that has the huge potential of growth you want to harbor. The distinction that you make, how much percentage that you allow in this side and that side, is the needle point of leadership. The need in our India is to have change in the leadership thinking and culture. This is one. Second, how do you collaborate with governments and industries and the investors? And how do you get all the best brains that have gone to US and Europe, how do you get them back and harbor the technology development? These are the three ways that you can propel our technology, our country.
I think by way of advice, who can say it better than Steve Jobs, who at the end of his commencement address, his very famous address at Stanford University, and his address to that graduating class was, "Stay hungry and stay foolish."
Thank you again. I think as I've heard you, I'm left thinking that there's a lot of optimism around innovation, around new technologies as you think about the future. And there's a lot happening within the country as well that seems to allude that we're on the right path. We have a lot of important endowments in place. We have the talent. We have a public digital infrastructure that is enabling this, and hunger in the economy to go after this. But there's a lot to be done as well. We need risk capital. We need to be willing to fail. So fantastic discussion. Thank you so much for sharing your candid thoughts with me.
Thank you so much, Varun, for moderating the session so well. Thanks to both the guest speakers as well. May I now invite Mr. Ravi Chandran, past President MMA, and Mr. Suresh Raman, past President MMA, to come onto the dais along with Mr. Mahalingam to do the honors of presenting a memento to the guest speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, they deserve a big round of applause. I think you covered everything from bullock car to a driverless car in this session. So, time was the only constraint. There were a lot of online questions as well. I'm sorry we couldn't take all of them, but I think the gist was given out. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Varun, yeah. So, Varun talked about the public infrastructure and how the digital technology is helping in improving a public infrastructure. Mr. Velumani actually talked so much about the importance of being future ready. And one of his things that he posted on the slide was complacency is the kiss of death in business, which is very, very right. And he showed us so many examples for that. And then we have Mr. Sarkar, who talked about the importance of education in providing a free thinking and problem-solving ability. All the points well taken from all the guest speakers. So yeah, we pose for maybe a good group photograph now. So I'm happy to announce that we are on time for lunch as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the close of second special session of the day. We break for lunch now. You have one good 60 minutes for lunch. So have a good lunch and let's be back by 2:10 p.m. to start the third session on time. Thank you. So now we commence the special session 3 of today's convention. The theme is once again very interesting: developing the world's leading talent engine. To moderate the session, I now invite Mr. Anurag Sharma, Associate Partner, McKinsey, and joining him in the session are Mr. Vishwanath PS, MD and CEO, Randstad India, Ms. Poonam Narang, Vice President HR, Dr. Reddy's Lab, and Mr. Sriram Rajagopal, Founder and Director, Diamond Pick. May I request all the guest speakers to come onto the dais, please. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we just had lunch. I thought we'll give them a big round of applause. That's right. Thanks, thanks. Please go. If we don't keep clapping throughout this session, we'll fall asleep. So better keep clapping now. Yeah, that's it. Thank you all 4 of you for making it here today. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite your attention to the audiovisual AV of the guest speakers.
Mr. Anurag Sharma is an associate partner and leader of the people supply chain practice at McKinsey Company. He started his career at Hewlett-Packard Laboratories, where he worked on a research project related to leveraging social networks and smart devices for supporting micro-entrepreneurs. Mr. Vishwanath is the MD and CEO of Randstad India. He is a certified chartered accountant and an empathetic hands-on leader who challenges the status quo. He is passionate about building high-performance teams with a focus on tech and innovation. Ms. Poonam Narang is the Vice President of HR at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. She oversees the HR function for the emerging market segment, covering more than 30 countries, each characterized by its own complexity, volatility, and aggressive aspirations. Mr. Sriram Rajagopal, founder and director of Diamond Pick, is a seasoned professional with a wealth of experience in talent management, human resources, and strategy. He had earlier worked with Cognizant, where he was the Vice President of HR overseeing functional operations in India and the APEC region.
So we have 4 phenomenal speakers for this session. May I now request Mr. Anurag Sharma to take it forward.
Thank you. I was just wondering and thinking that, okay, this is the post-lunch session, so it's going to be slightly tough. Either the session is going to be very interesting and it interferes with your post-lunch siesta, or it's going to be boring and it will help you with it. Now, I also realize some of you may not even have had your dessert yet, and we are pulling you in, so apologies for that. Hopefully, we can make up for the missed dessert with some interesting insights. Okay. I wouldn't want to take too much time, quickly share a few reflections, and then spend most of the time talking to the esteemed panel we have here. I think across all the sessions today, we have always talked about talent. The other big endowment which we have talked about is people. So, again, in any session you'll see that what people say, that one of the endowments which India has is the demographic. But just demographic is not good enough. What's the missing link between the huge young population we have and the talent? It's the skills. Excuse me, I think my coffee is acting up now. So I think the session what we want to spend today is figure out that what does it take on the spectrum of talent, be it the small jobs, be it the interesting, be it the new and upcoming jobs, be it new skills, let's say YouTubers, Instagram influencers. How do all of these pictures come together, and how does it get stitched? Before we actually go over to the speakers, I think, in fact, when I was thinking about how should I start my opening note, I went to different things. I looked at Google. One more thing which I did was I went to ChatGPT, and then I went to Google Gemini, and I said, please give me a good opening note. I gave them the topic. There were very interesting insights which came. And the thing was, it wasn't a bad draft. It was actually pretty good. And then I started to think that my job as an advisor, or my job as a consultant, or my job as a panelist, is that something also which will get automated? Is that something also which will get replaced? And if that gets replaced, what will come in its place? So I think this space we are in after COVID, where work from home is a new norm, where working remotely, digital skills, new jobs, all of these things are massively disrupting what we think of when we talk about the word talent. I think it'll be very interesting to hear different perspectives, be it from an enterprise side, where what are industries looking for, or be it from the supply side. How are we thinking about skilling people? How are we thinking about actually providing talent to them? So without further monologue and without further boring you with my perspectives on this, why don't I hand over the dais to our speakers here, and let's get started with this conversation, and would love to take this forward. So maybe I think I'll invite Ms. Poonam to share her perspective, and then let's get started.
My height is not the most conducive when I need to do these things. So yeah, when I got the invite for this session, for a couple of seconds I was scratching my head because I was wondering why 2047 and why not 2050? It took me a couple of seconds to realize 2047 signifies 100 years of independence, and believe me, that was a sobering thought. So I'm Poonam, and I've been with Dr. Reddy's for 3 years. As my introduction said, I look after the emerging markets business and the innovative products business. I've also worked in the energy sector. I was with Shell before I joined Dr. Reddy's. I worked in technology with Infosys, and I started my career in FMCG with Unilever. So what I hope to bring to this conversation is the employer's perspective, organizations, and how are they approaching this whole concept of the demographic dividend. I hope to be able to draw upon some experiences that I've had. I helped Shell set up their IT hub in Bangalore from scratch. And right now, as part of the Innovative Products Organization, I'm trying to scout talent for very specific, deep, niche science skills that are required for the development of complex molecules, for example. So it's been an interesting journey. To be honest, the lure of the demographic dividend is not new. The first time I heard the phrase was when I was an undergrad student, and believe me, that was a very long time ago. But over the years, what I've seen is it pan out gradually from a lot of organizations trying to leverage the cost arbitrage and setting up a bunch of back-end operations to progressing higher up the value chain. And now you have a footprint which looks at R&D, it looks at computer-aided design. In fact, I was reading that the Mercedes R&D hub that they have in Bangalore is apparently their largest outside of Germany. And in fact, they very proudly say that there is a little bit of India in every Mercedes-Benz across the world. But as I've worked through some of these experiences, so when I was setting up the IT hub for Shell, or even when I was setting up the subsurface engineering R&D hub for Shell, what consistently occurred to me was that the employability of our youth is something that we don't always pay enough attention to. And while the demographic dividend exists on paper, it has been quite a bit of a difficult task to kind of leverage it to its entire potential. We all know, and we've heard it several times since the morning, that India is a prime hub for engineering talent. I think we produce 1.5 million engineering graduates annually. But the employability of this pool was as low as 20% in 2020. And recent studies, like this one that I was reading on LinkedIn, has shown a significant improvement in the numbers. So the number's closer to 40% today. But that's still a long way off if you're really talking about leveraging the potential of the demographic dividend completely. We have made huge strides in the penetration of the internet, and there were a number of speakers in the morning who spoke about the digital literacy levels, the tech stack, UPI, and all of those good things that are happening. In fact, on BBC the other day, there was this random piece of information which said that the average Indian consumes the largest amount of mobile content across the world. And that includes podcasts and YouTubes and whatever you have over your OTT platforms. But the fact is that while the internet has achieved strides, the ecosystem in which all of this happened has been changing. So online learning platforms have definitely made access to education easier, maybe even more equitable, but the complexion of jobs and careers themselves are changing. And I think that is the moot point here. It's not a doomsday prediction. So things like AI and machine learning doesn't mean that there will no longer be humans at the workforce. But definitely the nature of jobs that we find ourselves in, the kind of careers we dream of, and Anurag spoke about YouTube bloggers and social media influencers, those things are definitely going to change. And here I think there are two broad implications. One is around having a learning culture or intent at a macro level. And this is not about an organization developing a learning culture. This is about infrastructure and accessibility, affordability around some of the state-of-the-art skills that will keep the skilled workforce relevant in a constantly evolving ecosystem. And the second implication is around realizing that the kind of jobs we train for are changing. Any job that involves monotonous, repetitive work that can be coded into instructions is going to disappear. So what careers we plan for, what careers we build for our children and grandchildren are going to be very different from the way we used to think of careers for ourselves. Organizations are by and large moving away from being job-centric to being skill-centric. And I think that's a very important point to keep in mind. If we move away from the skilled workforce conversation to the larger mass, and then you have questions around employment generation at scale, you have questions around ensuring livelihoods for the larger population. Over the last 10 years, if you look at the share of global output, India has done exceedingly well, steadily climbing to above 3% now. But the unemployment rate, interestingly, has not budged much. It was about 8% 10 years ago, and apparently it's at 7.3% now. What's even more concerning is that the figures are much worse for those aged between 15 and 24. Youth unemployment has deteriorated from 14% to 22% under the previous regime, and the current one has not been able to change that much. And that's where your demographic dividend lies, incidentally. Another startling fact is while today almost all Indian children go to school, the trouble is that they don't seem to be learning much. According to data from Pratham, it's a Mumbai-based NGO and does a lot of work today across children education in rural and urban areas. Only 43% of grade 5 students aged 10 to 11 in rural areas can read a text which is aimed at grade 2. In 2005, that share was 53%. So it has, in fact, deteriorated significantly. Of those in year 8, where compulsory education in India ceases, barely 45% could do basic division, and less than 70% could read a year 2 level text. And this is an ACSYS survey of annual survey of children in rural areas. Division and reading comprehension, quantitative ability and communication, 2 essential skills for any kind of career in the world today. And we seem to be nowhere getting to a point where the children today in rural and semi-urban areas are able to match up to those expectations. So this brings me to my next thought, which is around investment in school education. And it seems like over the last 75 years, that's been an uphill task. And we really haven't made much progress in that space. From language of instruction to the quality of teachers, the physical infrastructure, it's been a grim battle. Despite the battle, it hasn't really had an impact on the employability or improving employment rates amongst the Indian youth. And therefore, the second thought, which is about maybe it's time to pivot away from education and to focus on skills. And in this space, There have been some developments. I'm sure, I mean, you would have heard about the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, the 2015 policy, which set up the NSDA, the National Skills Development Authority, the NSDC, the National Skills Development Fund. It also set up 33 sector-specific skill councils. Now, the sector skill councils are an interesting construct because they're actually responsible for things like charting out certification and accreditation norms, exploring the demand and supply gaps, and forecasting skill needs. But coming from Dr. Reddy's, I was looking at the Life Sciences Skills-Specific Council, and I realized that they're still engaged in very basic skilling around operating a manufacturing unit in a pharma setup. And Dr. Reddy's, one of our factories, just got certified at the World Economic Forum as a digital outhouse factory, which means digital literacy, the ability to operate seamlessly in a digital environment, is going to be as important in the shop floor as in any other career around the world. But we don't seem to be teaching those things early enough. So on the defense play side, we are looking at an ask of future-proofing the skilling and education of the workforce to ensure that they can compete in a world with increasing automation and generative AI. And that number is 520 million people, which is a total workforce in India, excluding the IT sector. The skills you're looking at, AI and machine learning, cybersecurity, cloud computing, data science, Internet of Things, robotic process automation, RPA, blockchain, and design thinking. And if you think about the offense play, it's about tapping into India's digital knowledge to lead the world in new its scales. It's about building talent skilled for the digital economy of the future. And the target population here is 300 million, which is a total students in schools and colleges. And the skills are not just the hard skills around some of the digital fluency that I spoke about. It's also about being able to work seamlessly in an increasingly complex corporate environment, navigating matrix structures, being able to communicate, collaborate, work effectively in a largely cross-functional setup. So a lot of our jobs today actually involve not just working within our specialization, but working across specializations. So while we do have the new education policy and we do have skill-specific sector councils, we have the Future Skills Prime, the moot question is around the adequacy, the quality, and how focused these interventions are. And before I conclude, I just want to leave this snippet in the room. I would have read about this. On a chilly morning of 19th January, when the sun was still obscure, hordes of men covered in bright-colored blankets queued up in front of Rohtak's Maharishi Dayanand University for a recruitment drive, backed by the central and the state governments, to hire Indian construction workers, masons, carpenters, electricians, and plumbers for jobs in Israel. The drive was jointly organized by the National Skills Development Corporation and the Haryana Rozgar Kaushal Nigam. The question is this the kind of employment generation that will take us to what we want in 2047? Isn't it far too reactive? Isn't it short-term? And therefore, what do we need to fill the gaps so that we don't falter when we need to aim towards the point B in 2047? Thanks.
Good afternoon. Thank you MMA for having me here. I was introduced, but just to let you know a little bit, how many of you have heard about Randstad? Okay, there are quite a few hands. So it doesn't need too much of introduction, but for those of you who haven't, we are the world's largest talent company. We are a Dutch company. Our headquarters is in Diemen in Amsterdam, but we are also present in 39 countries. In India, we have a legacy of about 30 years, 15 years as Randstad, and then 15 years prior to that. We were we acquired a company called Mafo in Chennai, so I think most of you would recognize that. And we are into the talent space, and what we do is, support all sorts of talent, whether it is in terms of temporary hiring, temporary staffing, or permanent staffing, and at all levels. So in India today, we put about 70,000 people to work across the spectrum of manufacturing, engineering, technology, HR, finance, etc. Right? So we have a CEO who joined us about 18 months ago, and we are working towards a new vision, which is called being the partner for talent. That's got a deeper meaning when you say partner for talent. We know that the world is changing rapidly, especially post-COVID. Talent is scarce, especially if you look at some of the countries in Europe. There is no talent that's available for work. And that also makes a compelling need for a company like Randstad to be a partner with talent, not look at it as a transaction where we are placing them on a certain job, but how can we be a talent buddy for them throughout their career. So that's the vision for Randstad. And towards that vision, we are working towards being a specialized talent company. And one of the things that is very close to our heart is also being an equitable company. So we promote not just within Randstad, but also with our clients, the need for being, thinking about equity, whether it's diversity, people with disabilities, or also the LGBTQ and the marginalized community, right? So that's what we do in a nutshell. And since all this is happening, we are going through a huge organization change ourselves. We have about 40,000 employees worldwide. We payroll about 7 lakh people in the 39 countries. And every year we hire about 2 million people, talents. We place them with our clients. So keeping that in mind, I think all this change is mind-boggling. So I was in a change management course recently, and the question that was asked is, who wants change, right? Almost everybody raised their hand. Who wants to change was the next question. Almost 99% of the hands dropped, right? So it's a difficult period when also pre-lunch we heard a lot of things about what's happening with AI, generative AI, and all that stuff. Now, we all are human beings. We all, like to work. Some of us have our own business, but some of us like to work in corporates, partnership firms, etc., etc. So when you hear all this, I think it creates a big amount of anxiety, right? How many of you have watched the movie Coach Carter? Okay, I see some hands. It's a movie that released in 2005. It's a phenomenal movie. If you get a chance, you should watch it. It teaches us a lot of lessons. And here is this coach. He's a basketball player. He was part of the college. And a couple of years when he was the basketball senior player in the team, they won the match. He was the champion. And then he lives for a different career. And then maybe 15, 20 years later, he comes back to the college. He sees that the same college, the team is losing. In that particular year, they have lost 17 of the 21 matches they played. So he feels very bad, and he wants to come and coach this team, right? And as part of that coaching, he also makes them, talks to the rest of the faculty and tells them that it's not enough if you learn the skill of playing basketball. You also need to be good in academics. So he sets a benchmark there should be a certain CGPA they have to achieve in order to be even in the team, right? It takes a lot of difficulty, to kind of get the professors to agree to what he's saying, because these are all people who love sports. They have joined the college only for sports. But then I think what happens is turn of events, and I think here there is one question which is a mind-boggling question. He asked the students, what is your deepest fear? And that's a very profound question, and I want to actually read out what one of the students said, which is, one second. So he said, our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Your playing small does not serve the world. There is nothing enlightening about shrinking so other people won't fear around you or feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine. We unconsciously give other people the permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our fear, our presence automatically liberates others. So that was perhaps the highlight of that movie. But the reason why I'm saying is we always have the fear that the technology is going to replace jobs, we would be redundant and all that. And we also hear about, I think the focus is that now employers look for skills. But I also believe that a good education is a foundation. You still need to focus on those skills, but that's what gives it's the foundation that serves for you to thrive. So when it comes to talent, I think there are a lot of things that are changing. Obviously, we got to change with the changing needs. We are blessed with a 1.4 billion population. Now that can be a opportunity, that can also be, a responsibility for us to ensure that it's channelized in the right way, right? So it's also the fact that India is a land under construction, right? You don't see anything that's finished. You always see that progress is happening, and it's going in the right direction. The fastest growing economy, all these helps. This also helps in terms of how we are able to nurture our population. If you look at it, the youth population, almost 28.2 is the median age. That's also a big boost. What we see across the world, and I can talk about Randstad first, is for our own company, we are actually setting up a GCC in India. So we got to do all the HR, the finance, the procurement roles. Everything is going to shift to India. And that's happening as we speak. There are 2,000 GCCs that are coming up, or at least in the plans. So I think what this also promises is a lot of jobs creation in India, especially in engineering, in R&D, and also in some of the enabling functions. But what it requires, obviously, is a combination of AI, which is also going to help in terms of driving productivity, right? So I can talk about, I'm sure all of you would have heard about a company called HomeServe. This is a US multinational. They actually introduced a robo called Charlie. It can make 11,400 calls in a day, which is mind-boggling, right? This cannot be done by human beings, this level of productivity. So I was just thinking during lunch that, we all have, in our own organizations, people, we have those 9 blockers. We want to identify your outperformers, your high performers, and then, you have the least effective people. But if you have an AI, it's always going to be an outperformer, right? So I think the way we should look at is the talent landscape of the company. You are going to have technology tools which are also going to be part of your talent, but it is important that these are programmed well, managed well, and used for the right purpose, right? So that's one. The other thing that's happening is around sustainability, right? So I think we also heard that in the morning. A lot of career roles, etc., are going to be moving towards, sustainability. And I think we all know what are some of the roles that are in demand today, especially on the technology side, right? Whether it is cloud or big data or customer experience, I think you have a lot of roles coming around that. The other thing that's happening around talent is, we do, as Randstad, we do research. We did research in 27 countries. We spoke to about 37,000 talents, and we recently published a work monitor report. And this report actually pointed questions to talent about what is the priority for them, what do they look for in a job, right? And I know that several years ago, or maybe it could be even 3 to 5 years ago, the first thing would be compensation and benefits. But things are changing. The last 2 years, consistently, it's been work-life balance. The second thing they are looking for, talent is looking for, is flexibility. And compensation and benefits come third, right? So this is a significant shift. So it's a wake-up call for employers to really look at, if you have to attract talent, if you have to retain talent, you got to look at work-life balance, or I call it work-life integration, because today with so many things happening, you should be able to do some amount of personal work in office and some amount of office work at home, and sometimes I think it's also a little bit of a blur line between that. But that's very important, and that's where the automation will take away some of the mundane tasks that we are doing every day, and it can actually help in terms of providing a better work-life balance. Flexibility, I think I would say that as a CEO, I never bothered about, pre-COVID, by default, everybody used to come to work. So bringing people back to work was never in my playbook. But in the last 2 years, that's been the hottest topic every CEO is talking about. They worry about work being done from outside of office doesn't lead to the right level of productivity. So you see this debate going on between different organizations about what is the right approach. Our survey tells that talent requires flexibility, right? And if you don't provide that flexibility, they're not willing to work. In fact, it also says that 49% of the people who are in their current jobs would leave their jobs if the company doesn't provide flexibility, right? So I think it's a dilemma, but I strongly believe that with the changing landscape of talent becoming more important for organizations, it's important that organizations are listening and providing them the flexibility they need. Of course, compensation and benefits is always important, and it's getting, I think as a country, it's getting better. What we see is, in India, the gender pay gap is still an issue. A role performed by a male versus a role performed by a female, there is always the male gets a slightly higher compensation, right? It's pretty wide in some industries, but it's pretty good in some of the technology industries, companies, organizations, services organizations. But that's something which Randstad as a company, we try to address and advocate. So these are some things which, I think the workforce is looking at. I think the other topic was on the talent engine. Obviously, with more and more talent coming and more work, demographics of work is changing. The focus, especially when you look at in India, it's moving towards tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And also post-COVID, a lot of our talent has migrated to their respective homes. So they find that coming back to the bigger cities is more not very cost effective for them, right? So what's happening is, obviously, I think we got to go to where the talent is, right? So, and it's, as you see, it's happening. Most of the tier 2, tier 3 locations are getting better in terms of infrastructure, better in terms of job creation. So I think it's also the responsibility of employers to kind of look at how can we, look at our geographic presence in a much different way so that, we can tap the right talent. I would live with some of these insights for now, and then obviously I think we'll take anything else as part of the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good. All right. So when a little bit of introduction about myself, even though there was a slide about it, I spent 20 years of my career at Cognizant. I used to head HR for them, and then subsequently the talent supply chain function for the firm for the last 3 years that I spent there. And the topic is very pertinent to me because 20 years I've been on as a consumer of the talent. In the last 5 years, I've been a supplier of that talent. And I'm able to see a lot of changes this market has imposed. And when this topic came to me to, building the world's leading talent engine, the first question was, aren't we already? Because everybody talks about demographic dividend. There's so many articles that are published about how big the talent pool is. So we should already be the world's leading talent engine. But when you look a little deeper, what qualifies us, or what qualifies anybody, as a world's leading talent engine? Right? It's not just the sheer numbers, it's the capacity. I think we already have it. We are the second largest employment pool in the world. So numbers should make that happen. And especially with India's population growing and China's population slowing down, by 2047, you are most likely to be the largest employment pool. But for you to be categorized and considered as the world's leading talent pool, it's not enough to take jobs somewhere else and move it to India, right? You're denying somebody of employment somewhere else, and those jobs get moved to India. That's one, that was a wave of offshoring that happened, or outsourcing that happened, in my time. 30 years of my career, I've seen a lot of outsourcing. People moved work from high-cost countries to India, a low-cost country, right? That was a cost arbitrage, like Poonam said. A lot of jobs moved because there was a cost differential significant enough to yield better results. But for us to be the world's leading talent engine, it should be that any amount of new jobs that are created anywhere in the world should migrate towards where that talent is. And if that's India, then that's what you would consider as a metric or a benchmark for being the world's leading talent engine. So I went through a few articles, I just picked up some statistics very similar on what are the supply side characteristics of India, right? More than me, I think a lot of work has already been done with Poonam and others, giving you statistics on the overall workforce and the number of graduates that we produce every year. But we also have the largest pool of employable population, not just today, even as late as 2047, when India hits 100 years of independence, you're going to have the maximum number of people between 20 and 59. And the next 5-6 years, we're going to generate 24% of the world's global workforce, right? Additional workforce that needs to join employment. India alone will contribute 24-25%. Obviously, for us to become a world's leading talent engine, you need to become a skills superpower. There are initiatives that we see the government doing with the sector skills councils and many of the other schemes and enterprises embarking on skill transformation, universities picking up cue from these. But are these enough? The question that we have to ask ourselves is, are these yielding the right results? Do they have the necessary focus to develop people in every sector the way, if you were to consider yourself as the world's leading talent hub for manufacturing or IT or services, are we doing all the right things? So from a supply perspective, like Poonam said, 500 million people, that we have the world's leading STEM graduate program. The number of people that we produce is enormous. And we are the world's leading destination for outsourcing and offshoring, right? 60% of the global market share of outsourcing and offshoring is in India. Right? You do have other countries like Poland and a lot of countries in Eastern Europe, but nothing offers the scale that India offers. Right? So that's a very big advantage that we have to keep in mind. So we already have the credibility. People already know that it can be done here. Can we double it, triple it to make it world's leading talent engine? So the supply side looks promising. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on polishing that supply. We'll come to that in a little bit. Let's look at demand side. Right? What does demand look like? When you look at demand across the globe, there was a study that I read very recently that there is a workforce of additional 85 million people required by 2030. Right? I don't think anybody can, and every major economy will be short by a few million people. So who can bridge that gap? I think between us and China can bridge the gap, but from being a favorable offshoring and outsourcing destination, India scores over China, especially on the services side. So there is a bigger advantage for India to take a majority of that pie in, improving or in being able to demonstrate the fact that we can produce good quality talent. But there are two, forces at play. When you look at this gap, you also look at the impact of AI, the impact of automation on productivity, just in IT services alone, the industry that I know and that I've been part of for the last 25 years. Gen AI contribution to productivity improvement ranges anywhere between 20 to 40%, depending on the job role that you're going to be in. Right? And if you have a workforce of 300,000 people, 20% is just 60,000 people. Right? That's just a lot of people who will eventually not have enough to do when these technologies mature to the level where they can actually replace the work of people. So if you look at the growth and the need for talent and the shortage that is created by growth of economies across countries, and then you have this productivity improvements releasing capacity, right? So there is a lot of capacity being released in the market. So workforce transformation, reskilling, and there's a World Economic Forum report that I read that there is an initiative to train about 600 million people across the globe on emerging tech or emerging services just to make sure that you don't become redundant in your workforce. So a lot of that needs to be applied to our context as well. So while there is demand, there is there is also additional supply getting generated on account of automation. So you need to consider that while you plan for your growth and look at, when you look at this as one constraint, automation is another constraint that will impact how economies grow. And while you are building this engine, and all of us are confident that any job can be moved here today, there's only a portion of people that can do it. Then a vast majority require a lot more reskilling, training, upskilling. So, and I think we talked about the education system, the K-12 system, and the bachelors, which need to sort of dovetail what the industry needs, better use cases being made available in universities to make sure that it is industry relevant, contextual to the needs of that time, and make it engaging enough. What should organizations do? Right? I've seen large organizations having enterprise risk teams. Now, some of these risk teams are looking at about 500 job roles to say the impact of Gen AI on this job 1 year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. Right? Organizations have to start doing that inventory of the roles that you have in your organization. Look at the impact of AI or automation or Gen AI, whatever the case may be, in a 3 to 5 year horizon to see how is this going to get shaped, and then decide your investment in talent in that category accordingly, right? Or look at more fungible talent coming into your organization, or look at talent that can be moved between job roles. So companies are doing that already. Some of the companies that have mature enterprise risk practices are looking at these job roles and seeing how the impact of some of these forces should this become redundant? Do I need to keep investing in hiring the same kind of talent going forward? As a government, I think more than anything else, more friendly policies to create that reskilling opportunity, some incentives for people to avail. Because see, today I know a lot of us avail the National Apprenticeship Promotion Schemes to ensure that talent is trained, reskilled, or skilled while getting deployed. But one thing that we have to keep in mind, that the millennials and the Gen Zs have aspirations too, right? So you can't keep looking at, let's say, when you look at India as a low-cost option or a low to medium-cost option, there's only certain kind of jobs that you can move here. And if the aspiration of the employee is not be in that category, what other options do they have to make more money? Right? Today we are stuck to one company, one employee. Right? So we frown upon dual employment, we frown upon things that we don't fully understand. So perhaps it's time to look at an employment contract, look at what we call talent supply co-opetition. Right? So competition is where you compete with each other, but co-opetition is where you compete and collaborate with each other. So there are organizations, like especially in the product world, we see a lot of that happening. Right? Apple and Google are competitors, but they also collaborate, and Apple runs Google's search engine. So in your employment context, are there opportunities for you to look at collaborating as an industry across commonly hired skills? Make sure that aspirations of people, right? Then don't look at dual employment or gigs as something to frown upon. There is a need, there is an aspiration for people to make more money, and it's if you can't enable it within the organization, people are going to find ways to enable it for themselves. So, these are some of the thoughts that I had, and again, I would say it is very much possible for us to truly be the world's leading talent engine with the right kind of inputs like I said, we do see some of these already in play, the National Education Policy, the Sector Skill Councils. There are many of these in motion already. Just to take any of these seriously, apply it to your context, look at the job roles that you have, look at the design, inventory it for future proofing, and then make sure that people stay relevant to what they are doing for you today and tomorrow. I think that should become a reality very soon. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay, so before I get into the questions, I think I just want, I know this was a lot of information, lot of different parts. So before we get into that, how many of you in the audience are still with us? How many of you have probably dozed off? How many of you are thinking doomsday is coming? Just a show of hands, people who are still here. Okay, not bad, not bad. Okay, so as I was looking at it, hearing all the speakers and also just reflecting on this topic, I think a simple frame, at least I'm using in my mind, and might be a helpful frame for us also to anchor our conversation today, is there's a demand perspective where how are the jobs today and how will the jobs of the future change? And that's where we spoke about some of the things that typically the jobs we had were more on the shoring part of it, but going ahead, maybe some of them will change, they will cease to exist, and there may be completely new jobs which come into it. There's a supply perspective also which we spoke about. What are individual aspirations? What's employee value proposition? Sustainability becoming important, work-life balance, work from home. These are the different parameters, and also the skills. And we spoke about how soft skills and ability to learn is probably more important now than the exact skill you have, because every few years the skills get outdated. And then there is an ecosystem. How is this ecosystem enabling the supply, so to say, to get the right skills to be able to meet the demand which is coming? So very simply, these are the three frames. And I think across all of them, in some way, we have been talking about the 3 I's, which is individual, institution, and India. At these 3 levels, what are the actions we can take? So at least the first question, which I would love to get thoughts from all of you is, if I just think about the supply and skills we spoke about, generative AI is a topic, I think, which just keeps coming up again and again. If we were to just take a very practical lens to it and say that, okay, all of us as individuals, and even as, if we think about institutions, what skills do we need to start acquiring, think about acquiring, be it across industries, and especially in context of, let's say, generative AI, which is disrupting, and in a lot of the cases, people are wondering if my job will exist also in 10 years' time or not. So would just love to hear thoughts from all of you on skills.
See, right now, I think for us, since Gen AI is not available in vernacular, you need to learn English to make sure that you can write good prompts. And to be efficient in it, you need to actually, going forward, programming skills can become reasonably redundant over a period of time, right? If you know how to write a prompt, you can pretty much create an entire application. So I'd say that. See, apart from that, Gen AI is, like I said, across jobs, right? So creating Gen AI is one thing, but application of that across many industries, the way you fix a car, the way you are able to get help, even if you are a low-skilled person. So there's applications across many industries, and we've seen some of it emerging in the recent past, because there's not enough use cases that people have built today to say, it's sort of all pervasive across industries. So as and when we see more use cases coming, you will see more applicability of that skill coming through.
So I think for me, what Sriram said when he was speaking, the ability to look forward and understand how some of this is going to impact the way we think of jobs. So be it generative AI or any other tech innovation that happens or pivot that happens, we should be able to look at the jobs that exist today and think about how these are likely to change or disappear, right? So that forward-looking ability, I think, is extremely important. And again, from an organizational perspective, the onus then is on what do I do about people who are sitting in those jobs today? So there is a responsibility around reskilling them or upskilling them. There's also a piece around what I was talking about. Will jobs be the way they are, and therefore should I continue to be job-centric as an organization? Do I recruit for degrees versus do I recruit for certifications and qualifications which are skill specific? I think those become very fundamentally different ways in which we look at talent and jobs and hiring and progression and professional growth in organizations. I think it's a completely different paradigm, and our ability to be able to start thinking about it and making those changes is the bigger piece than, you know, knowing specifically which tech hard skills are evolving, and that's where I am.
Slightly different perspective. I think, you know, if you talk about future, it's always scary, right? You don't know what is needed in 2047, for example. Sometimes it's also difficult to predict what is needed in 2026. But I think I would ask the key fundamental questions, you know, and this is where we should look at a little bit customer-centric. What is it that is going to change for, you know, we know that clients have some expectation, and we all work with customers and clients. What is it that they expect which will not change in 26 or by 2047, right? Every customer would want speed, he want quality, and if you think at, you know, how can I consistently improve my speed and quality, I think maybe we'll get the right answers. So otherwise the future can be very worrisome. I would say from that perspective, one is obviously we need to keep upskilling, keep learning the domain, the technical skills, but what would not go waste is the soft skills. It could be communication, it could be project management, it could be better teamwork. I think these are skills which I think we got to develop pretty young, you know, early in our career, and that would really help us in terms of adapting to any change that happens in the course.
No, thank you. I think it makes a lot of sense. And just the other part which I was thinking about, like, for example, when we spoke about some of the softer skills, per se, in some way, we are also making an assumption that there's a wide spectrum or about the demographic dividend. A vast majority of people are probably still doing something which is more vocational, more physical in nature. And the other side of it, at least when we were also reflecting that in, let's say, 10 years from now, just cost arbitrage is not really going to make us the world's engine, talent engine, because those jobs are the ones which will most likely get automated. So maybe just building on this reflection on how do we manage this spectrum where on one end, it's the very basic skills also which we are looking to impart to people so that they can start doing the jobs, versus on the other end, we probably need to be, let's say, we spoke about innovation, we spoke about creativity. How do we do the high-end, if I could use that word, high-end skills? So again, in our individual and institutional capacities, how do we take the entire India along with us, where the high-end and the low-end are both able to move forward? And I know it's a tough question with no easy answer, but would, I think, just love to get thoughts on this.
Okay, maybe I'll give it a shot, and Sriram and Vishy can add. So I don't think it's a luxury of an either-or anymore, right? And where I was going with what I started with is pivoting away from this focus on getting everybody up to a critical minimum, right? Which is what our education system aims for. Compulsory education up to the 8th grade, some learning skills, some quantitative skills, and we are failing miserably in achieving that. My view is that maybe we should try something different. We get them into more vocational, and vocational need not be the traditional construct of vocational, which is carpentry or construction. Vocational can also include the new age skills and the new age jobs that we are talking about. But get that imparted earlier on. I think in the morning session, there was the gentleman from IIM Bangalore who spoke about the Israel trip. And he was speaking about how students were taken out at a fairly early stage if they showed any kind of differential ability. And you know, that was then encouraged and stoked, and therefore you could get value out of it. I can give you an example of something we try at Dr. Reddy's. We have something called the SMT program, where we actually recruit about 1,500 students from rural and semi-urban backgrounds. We put them through an internship program, so they get trained on current skills, but we use that time they spend with us in residence to also build certain future-forward skills. And these future-forward skills could be digital skills. The future-forward skills could also be some of the soft skills that we are talking about. So they get to earn something, they live in a community setup, they pick up a few future-forward skills, and are far more employable at the end of that 2-year period. I think we've done more than 500,000 students who've gone through this program ever since Dr. Anji Reddy started it. But that's an example of where as corporates you can get in early and make the difference. We are probably better placed than a public institution when it comes to being able to forecast the kind of skills that might be required, at least for the sectors we operate in, if not for all sectors. So that's our bit, is what I can say.
So let me take an institution or a government perspective on this. So there are 4 or 5 different boards of apprenticeship across the country, right? One for each zone. And you have these apprenticeship boards monitoring how people become apprentices. Today, that exercise is purely to meet the numbers or the quota that each of those folks have, and there's a reimbursement available. So there is behavior on part of the organization to meet the quota so they can get the reimbursement, and not really make use of the funds for real development or skilling, right? If you make it conditional to acquiring new skills or getting a certification, right? Today I can fill a paperwork and get that money. So because they have to disburse the funds to make sure that they show that that money has been utilized. So there's a lot of wastage that I feel that we have. If those funds were used properly and it benefited the right set of beneficiaries, then you probably have a lot more focused development happening at that level. I'm talking about the ones that we need those basic skills, the ITIs, the diplomas, and so on and so forth. At the higher end, again, it's about understanding what the demand looks like. Right? What kind of people do you need? Right? There's a point in time I was trying to look at biostatisticians for our pharma business within Cognizant. We just couldn't find enough. So every time you end up looking for something and you don't find enough of, you promote and you try and look for ways in which you can create a multiplication factor for that skill. And I think that level of resilience is available within the universities and the education system to mass produce that. But to get the quality and set the standards for that quality. Today, I think you can't just become a doctor. You need to go through a few things, right? Especially for across sectors. If you had some sort of a I wouldn't say certification, but some level of accreditation, then it works.
I think I kind of very much agree with what they said, but also we need to look at the ecosystem as a whole and address it. So it's something for the government, something for the skilling companies, something for organizations to do. And I think today we should also be a little bit more liberal in terms of our thought process about how can I get that skill. And that's where, gig and other forms of employment can be a great source. So you don't need to have that skill with you, but you need to know where to get it and at what time and for what time period. So, and that's where if you are looking at your talent landscape, you need to really look at how much of my workforce is going to be permanent, how much I can have them as flexi, how much I can have as gig or freelance. And as long as we know where to get that skill, I think that would be the most sensible thing to do for organization.
Got it. And by the way, gig is also something which there were a lot of questions on the whole gig workforce, because culturally, I think we have been used to traditional jobs in the sense that, you join a company, you get promoted, the designations, that's what we are used to, versus let's say some of the other countries where it's perfectly normal to be working. I think the COVID opened that up in a whole new way. Would love to get your thoughts on gig workforce. How can you see it panning out in India where people do, let's say, part-time job? And also, there was a lot of talk about moonlighting and everything else also. So in some way, while it's not exactly gig, but in some way, even the notion of that you are sort of working for a company versus you are just taking your skills and figuring out where best to deploy them, be it doing 2 hours of work, 4 hours of work. So anybody who wants to maybe start with that.
Yeah, so I talked about the Work Monitor report, and one of the things which it said was 9 out of 10 people said they want an additional job to supplement their income. So they don't want to be tied out to one job. And the sentiment to moonlight was highest in the 25 to 35 years category. So which means the younger workforce really wants, their aspirations are very different, not just for work for one employer, but I want to do it for more. I mean, there is obviously the good and bad of it, but I think if that is what the talent wants, companies should be prepared for it. And there should be a way to kind of administer the framework to manage it effectively, because there is going to be responsibility on both sides, right? So, so that's my view. As far as gig is concerned, I think maybe that's going to be the future. Especially in India, where 85% of the workforce is unorganized. I think gig can be a great way to kind of, make that more organized. Of course, from a government standpoint, I think we got to come out of the draconian labor laws that we have today. The new labor code can be a big step in terms of regulating. And as long as those things are in place, I guess this whole unorganized segment can be a good inspiration to really help plug the talent gaps that we have today.
Sriram, you had a very interesting, enigmatic smile on that question.
I had an extreme view, but that's why I said I want to moderate it. So you have to make moonlighting legit, right? If you don't make it, it's going to consume you. So it's just how it is. And I think, like Vishy said, people do have aspirations. They want to make more money. And if you don't enable it for them, they're going to find a way to enable it themselves. So, in fact, I've been a big proponent of internal paid gigs within organizations, right? Because a lot of people have time at their hands. If you're on a support project or a maintenance project, you're hardly, occupied for 5-6 hours in a day. So what do you do with the time? And on the other hand, you're happy to engage somebody on a part-time basis to pay them for that activity. So why not pay your own employee that additional money that you're paying somebody else? That way you can retain people longer, and they are able to pick up additional skills and contribute more to the organization, and then you sort of have a more effective workforce. So it actually helps in a lot more ways. So I look at gig as not just somebody that you pick randomly from Upwork or a community that is outside. A gig can also be people inside that have the time, as long as you're willing to pay for it.
So I think, agree with what both Sriram and Vishy said. And for me, as I said, some fundamental assumptions around how we construct jobs, assumptions we make about ourselves and our own careers and organizational constructs need to change. Socio-culturally, I think vertical movement is a big thing in India, right? It's not necessarily the case in, say, the US or Europe. But that's also because that's what we incentivize as organizations in India. You get fancy designations, you get increases. But if you want to be seen as an organization which is going to focus on skills and experience acquisition and not necessarily moving vertically, then you should be able to offer rewards that incentivize that behavior. So in Dr. Reddy's, for example, we have a lateral incentivization. So if you move laterally, you get the same kind of increase that you would have gotten if you got promoted. Now what that does is it encourages people to go in looking for different experiences which kind of make their profiles richer versus only looking for vertical movements, which in most pyramidal structures become limited after a point in time. So as organizations, what kind of behaviors am I actually encouraging and instilling becomes important. Just as Sriram said, gigs, so we have an internal marketplace. We put out short-term projects. Employees can do these projects over and above their day jobs What we haven't done yet is additional pay for that, but we can figure that out. But I'm saying again, so how you view some of these things, the rewards you hold forth for it, all of that is going to be important in making that transition to, looking at experiences and skills. The other thing that we are trying is actually seeing if skills and experiences can be the only currency for professional growth in the organization. Yeah?
No, very interesting. By the way, this topic is so how much time do we have? Okay. So I think one, maybe what will be helpful is, because I know each of these topics we can go so much deeper, but maybe if all of you reflect and if there's any story, any anecdote you can share to make it come to life on what can we, for example, I'm sure like in your experiences also you would have seen that given the same setup, same situation, there would be individuals or there would be people or there would be groups who have done better, who have taken advantage, who have either acquired a skill or demonstrated something or found a gap, just shown entrepreneurship. So more in the spirit of, again, what the audience and what we can, given all the different disruptions, think about, take forward, and then start to build off and, like essentially something for us to reflect on after the session. Who wants to go first on this?
I'm sticking to the topic of the day, right? Building a talent engine. And then, you look at the subset of that talent engine is the institution. So if you have to be the best in your business, so you take the same cue from what you want to build for the country to your company. So the kind of investment that you make in building that talent is as critical as what you expect the government to make for the same. And the level of investment that then goes to that, the microcosm is the individual. The individual also needs to have the same amount of responsibility in building their capabilities and staying relevant to what the market's looking for. And if you don't sort of travel with the times, you're going to get left behind, and that's not going to be good for you as an individual. So we've seen organizations that take this seriously. And in fact, I know of organizations where they say, if you ask me for people, I'm going to give you 90% of the people that you need. 10%, you have to take a gig option, or you have to go find it from within your own teams that have excess capacity to contribute. That worked. Now, obviously, it's just one example. It's not mainstream. And how do you tailor policies to accommodate all of these? How do you look at your current employment contract, right? We just have one type of contract, maybe 2 or 3 types of contract, but are there more ways in which you want to engage people that, like I said, in the just internal gig alone, saves you 10% excess hiring that you do in a given year. For a large organization, that's a lot of people that you're bringing on board. And you're promoting a lot more skill development, because somebody knows that if I pick up this additional skill and I get paid more, or I can be more relevant for that opportunity, I'd be a better match. There is effort from my side also to make that available, and there's that whole recommendation engine within the organization helps you figure that out. So building that recommendation engine is your responsibility, right? Those are some of the ingredients that I think some of the companies have tried figuring out. Some of them have in certain stages of maturity. But yeah, those are things that I think would be very useful for organizations to think about.
Yeah, so I can probably think of a very explicit example of the organization trying to do what it expects the larger ecosystem to do. We are a life sciences company, and we realized that India would require about 65 lakh allied healthcare professionals. So what we do is do healthcare skilling, so quality training on what you call the general duty assistant, and it's mainly youth, usually 85% women from low-income families, and then help them join corporate hospitals in the GDA role to start off their careers. So that's very clear. Demand-supply gap, you get in, you do the skilling, and you place them in organizations that need the skill.
Yeah, what I would quickly add is, talent should become a subject for the board to discuss. So at an organization level, that should form a part of the board agenda. HR teams, I would look at them more becoming people and culture teams, because now, with so much of talent, talent is needed for growth, and every company will grow, right? So you need to really have, how do I preserve the culture? Second is also, how can I get people to add to my company's culture? Because most often we look at hiring clones, but how can I get somebody who has something which is a culture add to us? So that's how HR should start thinking, and also build environment of psychological safety. As far as talent is concerned, I think it's about adaptability, and one subject which comes very common these days is about the mental well-being. While there are a lot of things that are talked about physical, but I think that's something, mental well-being is something which becomes a topmost priority for organizations and for talent. So it's a brave new world is what I would say.
No, thank you all three of you. I think trying to summarize this vast topic very quickly, I think there's demand ecosystem, future of work is changing, be on the lookout, keep figuring out what's changing so that you are up to date. Invest in yourself so that you are investing so that you get returns. Keep upskilling yourself, find out what the new technologies are, and again, for people who are in a position to make a meaningful change, build the ecosystem, bring diversity, inclusion, build mental safety, well-being, and all of this so that this ecosystem can start humming, and India 2047, we can again continue to be the world's talent engine. Thank you all of you for very insightful comments.
Thank you so much, Anurag. World's leading talent engine is not an easy topic, and I think you moderated it pretty well with all the three star speakers here. May I now request the dignitaries, Mr. Sitaraman, part of our committee, Mr. Unnikrishnan and Ms. Anju, who come on to the dais, and all three of them are part of our committee, and I'll request them to come and honor the dignitaries on the dais along with Group Capt Vijayakumar. Mr. Mahalingam, would you please join them, please? Well, let's give them a big round of applause. Yeah, that's great. Thank you, all three of you. We once again thank Sankalp Taru and Prakash Kochar and company for this wonderful mementos. And as they receive the mementos, let's recap what they said. I think Mr. Vishwanath talked about job roles being created around sustainability nowadays, and he also said that the talent management should become a part of the boardroom discussion. Very nice takeaways there. Sriram well nailed it on the head when he said to be the world's talent engine, you got to be a skill superpower. And I think Ms. Poonam also emphasized on the point that, there are jobs are moving away, job roles are moving away from job-centric to being skill-centric. So we had a fabulous discussion all in all. Thank you for all the dignitaries. So we are just moving away to the next session in a while. That will be the valedictory session, as you're all aware. So just give us a couple of minutes to set the stage. Thank you. So here we are moving into the valedictory session. Just give us a few seconds to set the stage for the valediction. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are on time for the valedictory session now. To commence the valedictory session, I'll invite the dignitaries to take the place on the dais. Mr. K. Mahalingam, President MMA, Mr. Shankar, Senior Vice President and Convention Chairman, Mr. S. Sitaraman, Chairman Super Auto Forge, Dr. Santrup Mishra, former Director Group HR Aditya Birla Group and the Chief Guest for the session, and Group Captain R. Vijayakumar to take their place on the dais, please. Once again, I'll read out the names. Mr. Mahalingam, President MMA. Mr. V. Shankar, Senior Vice President and Convention Chairman. Mr. S. Sitaraman, Chairman Super Auto Forge. Dr. Santrup Mishra, Chief Guest of the evening. And Group Captain R. Vijayakumar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the valedictory session. It's going to be very, very energetic. There are a lot of awards and all going to be given away. May I request you all to welcome the dignitaries with a round of applause once again. And all the award winners who are receiving the awards this evening, may I request you to occupy some chairs in the front, please. One of these round tables. Mr. Sitaraman is the chairman, Super Auto Forge. May I have his AV, please.
Mr. Sitaraman is the chairman of Super Auto Forge Private Limited. He is a mechanical engineer who worked with Larsen and Turbo before starting out on his own. He is a voracious reader of technical matters as well as general outlook. He is also associated with many charitable and social organizations in the country.
May I now invite Mr. Sitaraman to deliver the welcome address for this valedictory session.
Good afternoon to all. It's my privilege and pleasant duty to be here for the valedictory session. We had right from the morning very interesting sessions, basic manufacturing, cutting-edge technologies, and then HR in the latest session. Very thought-provoking, different type of leaders, different type of thinking. I hope you all enjoyed the session, and you'll be carrying a lot of messages back home, I'm sure. For the current session, I have pleasure in welcoming Dr. Santrup Mishra, former Director Group HR Aditya Birla Group, who has agreed to be with us in spite of his many other engagements. I thank you very much for coming here, sir. I also have pleasure in welcoming all the delegates, other press persons, media, and other members of MMA fraternity. I hope we'll have a very enjoyable session listening to Dr. Mishra now. Thank you. About the awards, do you want to announce separately? Right.
Thank you, Mr. Sitharaman. Now we have an announcement about the presentation of awards. I request Group Captain Vijayakumar to do it.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know you're all end of the day, but it's a very, very proud moment for us. This is the award which is the most sought-after award as a part of the MMA Annual Convention. MMA has been organizing the MMA competition for young managers annually since the year 1996. The competition held every year as a prelude to the MMA Annual Convention on the theme of the convention and restricted to young managers of the age of up to the 40 years. We checked that age certificate, then only we had let them participate. The MMA competition for the young managers is a platform for young managers to exhibit their talent, leadership skills, and thereby win recognition for their potential and exceed and excel and lead. The competition provides unique opportunities to young managers to demonstrate their knowledge, creativity, experience, and professional prowess to become leaders of tomorrow. That's the objective. We do lots of programs for the young managers. The competition for this year was held on 3rd of February as a prelude to the MMA Annual Convention. And the theme, what we did the competition is 2047, the New India Economy, Partnership and Growth. About 42 young managers took part in the competition from the corporate, took part in the competition. The panel of judges from the corporate and the management professionals evaluated the written as well as the oral presentation of the team and selected the winners. Now, may I request the Chief Guest, Mr. Santru Mishra, please step forward and do us the honor presenting the award. May I request other dignitaries to join our Chief Guest in presenting the award, please.
I request the award winners to step forward and receive the award. I'll just read out the names if you can quickly come onto the dais and receive the award. Let's start with the winning team of the 27th Young Managers Competition. The winning team comprises of Mr. Rahil Dev, Mr. Bala Niranjan Kumar, and Mr. Saravana Kumar from Saint-Gobain. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come this side. I think the runner-up team can also come here. Close to 50 young managers had participated in the competition, and these are the 3 winners. So they deserve a big round of applause. They have a cash award of 25,000 rupees and a trophy, certificate. Thank you. And the runners-up for this year's 27th Young Manager Competition are Ramaraj Somasundaram, Carol Clinton Jerome, and Sachin from TCS. Let's give them a big round of applause. They were very close to the winning team and they have been declared the runner-up. Mr. Prasad. Every year there is one best manager who's identified and selected from all the participants, and this year it is Mr. Prasad R from Addison and Company & Co. Please come, Mr. Prasad. Mr. Prasad is the proud winner of the Best Young Manager Award for this year 2024. Once again, congratulations to all the winners and thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Santrup Mishra is the former director, Group HR, Aditya Birla Group. May I have his AV, please?
Dr. Santrup Mishra is the former director, Group HR of the Aditya Birla Group. He is also a director of the Aditya Birla Management Corporation Private Limited, chairman, National Institute of Technology, and independent director, ONGC.
Thank you, sir, for being here today. May I now invite Dr. Santrup Mishra to deliver the keynote address on the theme, Leadership Lessons from the Frontline.
The President of the Madras Management Association, Mr. Mahalingam, Mr. Sitharaman, Mr. Shankar, Group Captain, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here this afternoon. Normally, most conference organizers invite me for a late session like that because they believe that I specialize in addressing empty chairs more than full houses. Fortunately for me, I find these are not empty chairs, the house is half full, and that's good enough. So if I do not deliver a stellar performance, you are to blame because you are occupying chairs. If there were empty chairs, I would have done a better job. But anyway, thank you for that introduction. I always get very worried about introductions. Many years ago, an ordinary man like me was introduced to a very enlightened audience like you, and he was introduced as a very self-made man from California who has made billions of dollars in gold business. And as is customary, he stood up to thank the introducer and said, "The introduction is broadly correct, ladies and gentlemen, but there are some minor aberrations of facts that I would like to set right." And he went on to say, to be honest, the state involved was not California, it was Florida. To be really honest, the item involved was not gold, it was coal. To be really truthful, the person involved was not me, it was my brother. To be absolutely honest, the amount involved was not $1 billion, it was just $1 million. And to be really truthful, we did not make that much of money, we lost that much of money in that business. So as I was listening to my introduction, I was wondering how many such minor aberrations of facts I need to set right. There were a few. Just to clarify, I served very proudly the Aditya Birla Group for 28 long years and took early retirement about 3 weeks ago on 15th of January to pursue something strange in my life in public space. Some of you may not have caught the news. Yesterday I made a choice to join the Biju Janata Dal in my home state Odisha, where I hope to serve as the national spokesperson and, more importantly, hope to strengthen the work of the Honorable Chief Minister, Mr. Naveen Patnaik there, and to contribute back to my home state and this country called India, whose 2004-7 is you all are looking forward to in your presentation. So many of the things that were said are correct, excepting that I'm no longer the independent director of ONGC, I used to be. I'm no longer the chairman of NIT Rourkela, which I used to be. And I'm no longer director of the Aditya Birla Group. By the way, this is what the brand stickiness is about. Everybody talks about me as former HR director. Everybody forgets that for 15 years I was a CEO. I ran a business called Carbon Black. For 5 years, a business called Chemicals. I ran $4.5 billion business in 23 countries, but people still remember me as the HR head, and I'm very proud to be remembered that way. Thank you so much. It is always wonderful for me to come back to Chennai, and more particularly to Madras Management Association. If I recall, in my long professional career, this is second or third time I'm here. Not that it is so painful that I'm counting group captain, but it's good to sometimes count, because this is an age of data. So everything, people ask you data, so I keep counting. Now, the reason I love to come back to Madras Management Association is because I always associate your institution with two things, that particularly when in the world businesses and institutions are failing, you have the distinction of keep the flag going and you keep on reinventing yourself and keep yourself contemporary, futuristic, relevant, thematic, so that you are able to attract so many people. More importantly, I believe that Madras Management Association has been on the front of thought leadership, which is likely to drive the world of future in which we will live, because it's all going to be about thought leadership, new thoughts, innovative thoughts. And thought leadership to me is all about asking or framing the right question. If you all go back and look at history, many of you I'm sure are science students or were science students sometime, unless there was a man called Newton who had not asked the question, why does the apple fall and go down and doesn't go up? A lot of inventions in this world would not have happened. And we take inspiration from the idea of apple falling and Newton asking the question. We realize that's the grain of thought leadership. The thought leadership lies in asking and framing the right question. And I always believe that Madras Management Association has been in the forefront of asking those big, thought-provoking questions that lead to thought leadership. And perhaps today, there are 3-4 acts of thought leadership you have done in the way you're running this particular conference. The first one is by creating an imagery or a vision of leapfrogging to the future. I do not know whether this is a leapfrogging of the imagination or literally leapfrogging to 2047. I would be very worried if it is physically, literally leapfrogging to 2047. With my experience of leapfrogging, if you do that, you either land on your back or on your feet and you sprain both of them in one way or the other. Whereas leapfrogging as a physical activity looks exciting, it may not be very advisable, not desirable, not perhaps impactful, maybe create an adverse impact on oneself. But it cannot be said that we should not be leapfrogging in terms of our vision and imagination as to what the future can be. But having said that, one of the questions, because I admire you so much for thought leadership, one of the most important questions to ask, therefore, about 2047. It is important that we are excited we will complete 100 years of independence. We're excited that we will be a big country, complex country, we'll be a successful country, economically advanced country, and I sincerely do hope that all of that happens in 2047. But the important question to ask is it about becoming 100 years important? Or is it about what kind of an economy, what kind of a society, what kind of a country we become in 2047? That is important. Because if you look at any human being, any institution, if you survive long enough, you can become 50 years, 75 years, 100 years. Just because you reach a certain milestone in terms of number of years doesn't make you great. What makes you great is, what have you done in those 100 years? What have you achieved in those 100 years? And when you reach that destination milestone of 2047 or any other date for that matter, what kind of a country and society we have built? So when we look at 2047, there are two ways to ask the question. What will India become in 2047? Or what would we all like India to become in 2047? If the two converge, it's a great thing. But unfortunately, the two do not converge all the time. So therefore, what is important for us as a management association, as people who are leading businesses, institutions, other people and teams, is to ask the question, what would we like to happen in India in 2047? Where is India likely to land up in 2047? Is there going to be a gap between the two? How big is the gap going to be? And therefore, what we can do about it? If we look at 2047 simply in quantitative terms, you can always claim we'll be a 7 trillion, 10 trillion, 8 trillion economy. My colleagues from McKinsey will give you good numbers about at certain rate of growth where India will land up being. What will be the CAGR of Indian growth rate? What will be the composition of exports in that particular economy and all of that. But if we land up with those numbers given by McKinsey or their competition or colleagues and friends, I'm not taking your competition's name, you should pay me a fee for that, yeah? But assuming we land up with those numbers that they project for us, But we also land up in that situation that there is a larger income inequality. There are a larger number of urban poor in India in the way San Francisco has gone or New York is going today. Would we be delighted to see that India of 2047? And if we would not want to be there, then how do urban administration, municipal corporation, governments, how do they need to function? And how do we need to partner between private sector and public sector? How do we partner between or target our CSR spend and other things to make sure that the India of 2047 simply does not celebrate certain accounting numbers, certain financial numbers, but truly is a celebration of human life, truly celebration of a civilization that has been around for thousands of years, truly is marching ahead in terms of Human Development Index and many other indices that would truly reflect what we have achieved as a free country in 100 years. Even today, when you look at the Human Development Index, we can criticize it, we can disagree with it, whatever. India seems to feature at 132, if I remember, in a total list of 191 countries. Even Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, two of our neighbors, are ahead of us. Two of our neighbors who are behind us are Myanmar and Nepal. We can always find out few people who are behind us and feel happy about it. The question is, does that Human Development Index matter to us? Even if we quarrel with the numbers, the methodology, etc., which we have always right to do so, it may jump from 132 to 118 or 107. Does that still make us happy that in a list of 191 countries, a country of India's vintage, size, a surviving democracy, a country that has made several transitions through different challenges, would it make us happy to see that we are at 107 or 110, even if we dispute 132? Now the question is, do we have a vision for India in 2047 as to where would we see India in terms of Human Development Index? Would that be 50, 40, 35? I do not know. And until management associations of this kind, bringing corporate thought leadership with public leadership, you had a senior civil servant, Ms. Mahajan, today or yesterday, today earlier in the morning, in your session I saw, unless you bring thought leaders from different walks of life to imagine India of 2047, more in qualitative terms, where quality of life, the equity in society, carrying different sections of society together, development being balanced, inclusiveness in that development, all of this we achieve. The two leapfrogging would be simply accounting economic numbers, and the question whether we should remain delighted about it or not is a second question. I have been asked to a little bit talk about lessons from the front line. I was a little confused on the subject. Is it lessons off the front line or lessons from the front line for the leadership? My colleagues from McKinsey and many of you who are from large organizations would realize that the very top leadership of large organizations, I'm ashamed to say this, but I'm not afraid to say this, that the top leadership of most large organizations are disconnected from their front line. The question of thought leadership would be to ask, is largeness of size necessarily, does it have to keep the top leadership of an organization disconnected with the front line, despite presence of so-called evolved communication technology, digital technology that we have? I can understand if you operate in 170 countries, 130 countries, and the chief executive or CXOs cannot travel to be in touch with the front line. I can understand that. But to say that I cannot touch base even digitally to people, or selectively with a group of people in different parts of the world to ask how are they doing, even during pandemic. A lot of large corporations that are dispersed over a period of time, despite presence of technology, despite fast adoption of Zoom and MS Team technology, perhaps did not manage to reach as effectively. The question, the thought leadership question there is, despite availability of technology, if a senior leadership cannot remain in touch with the front line, Why it is not so? Is it a question of will, skill? Is it a question of availability of medium? I'll tell you two stories of my life where I had interaction with frontline. And those were most educative for me, where I learnt a lot and I learnt how to respect frontline and to deal with it. And I'll narrate quickly the two stories. Group captain, you are disciplined about time. You need to raise your hand when my time is up. I was a former faculty. I taught at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences for 5 years full as a faculty member. You know, until somebody rings a bell, I don't stop. You know that, faculty members, right? The first story is, I used to work for Hindustan Lever, and I went to a remote factory in north of India on a visit. And I landed at our guest house. There was a third-party car driver who dropped me there. And as is customary with most of us, I put my hand into my back pocket, pulled out my wallet. I honestly don't recall how much money I offered him, 50 rupees or 20 rupees. There was a time 20 rupees had a lot of value. Perhaps today even 50 rupees doesn't have that value. I don't recall honestly, I must say, how much it is. When I presented to him in chest Hindi, obviously being in north of India, his Hindi was far better than mine. Perhaps my Hindi is slightly better than yours, marginally I would suspect, The guy told me something that astounded me and was the biggest lesson of my life. He said to me in Hindi, Saab, aapke paas dene ke liye kuch hai to kuch samay dijiye. If you have anything that you can afford to give me or part with, can you give me some time? Usually, you would not expect a question of that kind from somebody who is a third-party cab driver. Actually, as I speak to you, a third story comes to my mind. Hopefully, I will narrate that as well. So I said, okay, I'm here for 2-3 days. What do you want? He said, my son is the first generation in my family who has ever done matriculation. And people like you are well-read, educated, qualified, working for large companies. I would like you to spend few minutes with my son to tell him after 10th what he can do, because nobody in my family is educated enough to share any guidance with him. This is the first time it revealed to me that frontline people are so nameless, faceless. Perhaps even we think they have issueless, as in they have no issues to confront in human life, that one never thinks about it, and you come down to the economic number of 100 rupee, 50 rupee, 200 rupee, 20 rupee note, depending on rate of inflation and which part of the 21st century you are in. Young people feel a little ashamed to give 20 people. My father would be more than delighted if he gave 2 rupees because, that was his time. 2 rupees was a lot of money. The second incident is, I was talking to a salesperson in one of the businesses, and I happened to ask him, which market do you go? He said, so-and-so market I visit. Just for sake of confidentiality, I'm editing out which business, which company, which market, etc. I said, okay, when you go, how many dealers, distributors you meet in a day? He said, maybe 1 or maybe 2. I said, in a day, only 1 or 2 meetings when you go traveling all the way? He said, sir, because the last bus back from that market to my headquarters is at 5 o'clock. I said, you can stay overnight and, meet more people since you have gone all the way, and why do you come back catching the last bus? He says, sir, the company's daily allowance doesn't allow me to stay at a reasonably decent enough hotel, and the only way I can stay there is by taking favor from the local dealer or the distributor, which would mean that I may have to give some concession to dealer and the distributor by saying bag is damaged, this and that, so that he's not paying from his pocket and I compensate him. I said, okay, when was your travel policy of the company last revised? I don't remember honestly the year he told me. He mentioned some 6, 7, 8 years it had not been revised, and therefore it had remained like that. Then as I started probing with him, he said, sir, forget about the change of all of this. I am supposed to even keep the 2 rupee bus ticket, otherwise I'll not get reimbursement because the audit will object. The bus ticket fare, those days used to be 2.5 rupees or something. I was supposed to retain the bus ticket. That's the second story I realized about frontline as to how neglected their working conditions are and what conditions they work. And those of you who know the frontline would realize that these are the people who drive our revenues in our companies, because they go sun, rain, high, hail, storm, cyclone, whatever, they're out there in front of the customers, providing service, living the value of the company and all of that. The third story of it, I was an Eisenhower Fellow in the year 2000, and I was going all across America, visiting about 35 institutions over about 2.5 months. And I was visiting a company called Harsco. It used to be, if I remember, in 2000, a roughly $8 billion company. And its headquarters was somewhere in Harrisburg, near New York. The company sent me a private jet to pick me up from New York to go to Harrisburg, and I landed in Harrisburg. They sent me a limo, and I got into the limo. And there was an African-American limo driver. He sits, and as we drive, he asked me, "Who are you meeting at Harsco?" I said, "I'm meeting the CEO, Derek Hathaway." So the limo driver tells me, "Oh, Derek, a great chap." I thought that was the best practice, that limo drivers give appraisal to CEOs of local companies in that city or something like that. I thought, okay, maybe that's a latest American practice of limo drivers giving appraisal to local CEOs, but anyway, he dropped me. And a few minutes later, I realized why the limo driver's view was important for this corporation CEO, or how did he gather data. As I walk up the steps of the company and go to the reception and ask the receptionist, "My name is so-and-so, I'm an Eisenhower Fellow, I'm here to meet so-and-so," before I could finish my sentence, a voice says at the back, "Hi, Santrup, this is Derek Hathaway, welcome to our company." Anyway, I go meet him, talk around, and I go for lunch with him, and he has in his office, in the dining table, an American flag, an Indian flag, and he gives me a menu. I look at the menu and my eyes pop out. It says Indian dishes, paneer butter masala, chicken tikka, whatever. He says, "I saw your schedule that you have been crisscrossing US. You must be fed up of American food. We have a great Indian restaurant nearby, so I ordered some Indian food for you." Now I realize why the limo driver said Derek is a great chap. Here is frontline again. How the company exposes to the frontline can build the brand of the frontline. As Indian economy grows 7, 10, 8 trillion, whatever we become, and God, I hope and pray we become as big as it is possible. The question is, the frontline people, they are going to expand exponentially, because every retail store opened, every gas station opened. The logistics, for example, imagine. As India explodes in terms of economy, how logistics will grow. And if you look at logistics as an industry, what logistics is an industry? Often an asset called a large truck is given to a semi-skilled to highly skilled driver, with who we call as a attendant or a cleaner. And they carry consignment of a customer from one point to another, fully empowered and trusted. And remember, GPS is the latest addition to the trucks. But remember, for hundreds of years or decades in this country, truck drivers have honestly delivered. There are always 5-7% rogue elements there. But 90-95% truck drivers as frontline have carried and delivered all of this to the customers time and again. That sense of loyalty, empowerment, sincerity, and commitment could be created in 95% of empowered truck drivers because of a connect between the employer and that person as an employee. The question is, why is it that some organizations are able to create that and others are not able to create it? And the difference comes is, how do you perceive the front line, how much you know about them, and how do you connect with them? So the lessons for us as leaders are these fundamental 3 questions. How well we know them, how well we know their working conditions, how do we connect with them, and how do we play our role as senior leadership with the front line. Most frontline managers, particularly retail industry, if you look at, I'm sure McKinsey has a lot of articles on the subject. Most of the store managers, because we used to have retail businesses in Aditya Birla Group, I used to visit and see, even earlier in my job in Hindustan Lever, we used to go to modern trade and I used to see that. Most of the frontline managers, 60% of their time goes in administrative work that is created by the company in names of risk management, control, processes and all of that. And the least amount of time that frontline managers spend is getting to know the frontline, understanding the problems and issues. And often neither the frontline manager nor the store employees have the empowerment. Imagine you going to a garment store to try out a jacket. And out of 6 air conditioners, 2 have broken down. You are repeatedly writing to the headquarters for it to be fixed. There is no capital budget. There is your routine budget availability. You have exhausted on something else. And you cannot fix the air conditioner, because of which customers come and the word of mouth spreads that this store, the AC is not there, so don't go to buy jacket, go to a competitor store. And then you hold the store manager accountable for not meeting the sales target, whereas his frustration is that he has made the indent about requesting capital or routine maintenance is not coming through. The question in this case is, who is at fault? Whose leadership is faltering? Who is not caring enough about the front line? We ask the front line in rah-rah sales conferences to go out and win the world. But we never ask the question, I want you to win the world, but to win the world, how can I help you and serve you to go out there to win the world? What do you need? And the problem of leadership lesson is that it is not about setting the vision, setting the strategy, but asking that where the rubber meets the road, how exactly I as a senior leader can play that meaningful role to engage with my front line, to spend time to understand what exactly is troubling you. These are people who arrive the first to open the stores or clean the restaurant, depending on the context of the front line that you are talking about. Think of your housing societies, your condominiums, its watchmen. What all of us educated people, we employ watchmen in our various establishments. What kind of working conditions in which they work? Uniform changes, etc., etc. Frontline, whenever we see multi-million-dollar, hundreds of crores of bonus payout to senior managers, simultaneously you find that frontline salary has declined. Wage bill in India for frontline, I was told, in the last 2 years has declined by 4.3%. When inflation is 7 and 8%, and the wage bill is growing, decelerating by 4%, how do you expect the front line to remain motivated to drive and deliver your great purpose statement? I think Metternich, the French revolutionary, had mentioned that the social and political economic malcontents of today are revolutionaries of tomorrow. Having worked 28 in the corporate sector, 28 years, I may sound like a leader of a trade union when I speak there. But this is what is the question of thought leadership is. Thought leadership in management and management associations is not about running away from reality. Thought leadership is about embracing reality, asking tough questions of ourselves and finding answers to that. Indian economy, if at all falters, it would be because of poor productivity. And poor productivity, if is happening, it would be on account of the fact that the front line remains lowly productive. And it will remain with less productivity in the front line because we as senior leadership have not paid adequate attention to how this engine of economic growth and productivity can drive and deliver to create significant rate of growth of 8%, 9%. Okay, Indian consumer may have purchasing power. They may buy from a certain point of time. But I think this section of society will struggle with nutrition, with healthcare, with poor working conditions, unless we all in organized sector care enough, think enough, and feel accountable enough to go and figure out how do we make this significant part of our workforce more productive to keep India competitive. When we talk about India as a powerhouse of exports, the exports happen because people on the front line in many ways working, those who are working in the ports and docks to load the vessels that are coming, the containers that are coming, the truck drivers and their associates who are carrying it all the way to the ports. That entire supply chain, I saw Rahul Maman perhaps talked about the supply chain issues in a 1 trillion economy this morning in your program, I saw. But simply creating large corporations, glitzy corporate offices, fancy factories, great digital neon signing boards is not going to make India competitive, not going to make this supply chain effective. At each point in time, these people who work in very non-standard working environments, we sit here in a standard working environment. Even in this hotel that we are sitting and working today, the hotel staff also have a separate entrance. The hotel staff have a different food arrangement. But still that is a more standard environment compared to many other frontline people who are supporting a developing or rapidly developing economy like India, where we need to bring in. Today we often hear about retail trade, even in IT, ITES, backroom services, sometimes resistance, sometimes blow-ups. We read that about Western large companies as well. But these are questions that we need to fundamentally ask, that how are we holding senior leadership, middle management, and the frontline managers accountable? How are we training them, developing them? What is their role there? Are they command and control managers of yesteryears, or are they human connectors who are playing their role very differently to relate to the challenges of this frontline? I hope that Madras Management Association will continue to focus on these big questions that will make India stronger, better, economically more efficient and productive. I hope each one of you who have spent your valuable time for this whole day today listening to different speakers, different subjects, will go back thoughtful and reflective. One of the biggest challenges of Indian management today, to my mind, is how to make senior leaders, middle managers, and all of us more reflective about questions and more reflective about our experience. We are far too often too obedient, too subservient, too compliant to simply go and rush into execution mode to say that top management will give a strategy and I have to go and do it. But unless each level of management learn to ask questions, learn to feedback, and learn not to just ask questions, but learn to ask uncomfortable questions, questions that make other people start thinking, then I think the whole purpose of our existence as educated, well-informed managers will not be justified, nor management associations will be justified. I hope we will go back thoughtful on all these aspects. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure all of you will agree with me. That was highly thought-provoking and very, very inspirational. A lot of takeaways there from his talks today. Time for us to honor the chief guest of the evening. My request to Mr. Mahalingam to step forward and present a memento to the chief guest, Mr. Santrup Mishra. Also request other dignitaries on the dais to join him, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks. That was, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to this gentleman who came all the way. Talked so much about the importance of top leadership, which needs to be connected to the front line. I think that was a message well taken by all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I now request Group Captain Vijayakumar to come over and make a special announcement.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Convention of this magnitude cannot be organized unless we have a leader who leads from the front, is the convention chairman. he put together. We have been working on this for the last 4 months, and regular meetings, identifying, discussing with McKinsey, getting identified for sponsors, so many issues which one person takes responsibility is the chairperson of the convention committee. And we would like to play our gratitude. May I request Mali to step forward, present a memento to Mr. Shankar. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause to Mr. Shankar, convention chairman, for presenting a great convention today. I'm quite sure we enjoyed presenting as much as you all enjoyed it.
Thank you. And this time I'm not going to forget the word of thanks. May I request Convention Chairman, Mr. Shankar, to propose the word of thanks, please. Big round of applause. That's the green memento given to us by Sankalp Taru, presenting to Mr. Sitaraman as well. Ladies and gentlemen, vote of thanks by Mr. Shankar.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first set of people I need to thank are you, the audience, here and online, for patiently listening to this event through the whole day. Thank you. You know, I had heard a lot about Mr. Mishra from my erstwhile colleagues at Levers and lots of friends that I have in the Birla group. And not any conversation I had was filled with awe for him. The way he conducted himself, the way he carried out his role in the Aditya Birla group, because that is a more recent thing. And after listening to him today, the goosebumps are still there on my flesh. I understand exactly why people are on off him. Thank you, sir. Wonderful speech. He brought out the humanity which has to be present in whatever we do going forward. That's very important. I want to thank McKinsey, Varun and Anurag Sharma. Thank you for spending so much of your time in dealing with our vagaries of our programs and so on. I congratulate the teams, 3 or 4 teams that participated in fact, all the teams that participated in the competition, and of course the winners who we awarded just now. We cannot possibly do this without the support of our sponsors, right? So, very important. The role of sponsors in something like this, they believe in the message that we are spreading. And that is where their sponsorship is very important. I thank all the sponsors for making this conference a great success. I thank the managing committee of MMA, but specifically wish to thank Mahalingam, our president. He, as somebody pointed out earlier, he is the LinkedIn of Chennai. Any speaker, any resource that we want access to is just one step away from Mali. And but for his unceasing toil, I think half the speakers in this conference would not have materialized. So thank you, Mali. Thank you, everybody else in the committee. I thank all of you, hopefully who've been patiently watching this online from beginning till end, or if you was part of it, okay, thank you for that as well. I want to thank the Taj. I want to thank the facilities, all of which have their own little contributions to making this a success. And finally, but most importantly, Mr. Vijayakumar, please stand up. You deserve a really huge round of applause. And the entire team. Come, all of you. Venkat. Come. Everybody. Team MMA, please come on board. To organize 2 events a day on the average is amazing. It is, just to organize this one event, I know that, what we all went through. And they do this twice a day, every single day of the year. Imagine. Big hand. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for this very nice gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the national anthem, last time, once again, an announcement about feedback, which is very, very valuable to us. There is a QR code. Please scan it and give us the feedback if you can leave today, or it will open until 10 p.m. tomorrow. Kindly give us your feedback. That's very, very valuable for us. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. This brings us to the close of the convention. Please join us for a tea outside and reach back home safe until we meet again. All those who joined us online as well, thank you so much. Have a great day.